Welcome everyone to Nerd of the Rings. We're back. Another year has passed, and here we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, coming out in cinemas. I've got a wonderful group of guests with me, and I'll have them each go around and introduce themselves before we get rolling. Just a quick housekeeping note. So we will be taking a break between, for those of you who have the discs 1 and 2. So I've got a timer here for disc 1 and our overall time. So if you're streaming or something like that, you can go by the overall time. If you've got to do a disc break, we've got that timer for you as well. Today's stream is a fundraiser, so you can see the donate button down there. We are raising funds for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Kiddos have always been near and dear to my heart, especially those who, as a parent who's had a kid not in a situation as dire as something like this, but I've experienced having kiddos in the hospital for an extended period of time. Our youngest that we adopted a couple of years ago actually spent 5 weeks in the NICU when she was born. So I get, I can empathize with the situation those families are in, and in much more serious situations than I've experienced. But my heart goes out to them. So if you have the means and you feel generous this holiday season, please do hit that donate button below. But for now, we're going to go around the horn, introduce everyone, and then we will get rolling in our watch party. So Yoyston, let's start with you.
Awesome. Hey, Matt, thanks so much for having me. Hey, everyone in the live chat. Thanks so much for being here. I'm Yoyston from Men of the West on YouTube, and always so good to be here. It was amazing watching Fellowship of the Ring last year with you all, and very glad to be doing this for the Two Towers as well. As somebody who's been student teaching this semester, let's definitely crush this donation goal. Means a lot to me as well. I know if any of my students needed that support, I would definitely want them to have it. So thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Keaton.
Me next? Okay.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Keaton. You might know me from Twitter, but most importantly, I am a part of the new channel, Nerds Strike Back. I'm sure there's a link for that somewhere, perhaps even on Matt's YouTube page. So follow that. And I think I'm in a phase right now where Two Towers is my favorite of the trilogy. So I'm very excited. Thanks for having me.
Nice. Yeah, I'm sure our mods can throw in the link to the Nerd Strike Back, our new Star Wars channel. Super pumped for that. And it's interesting you say Two Towers is your favorite. I do think, as far as theatrical versions go, I actually think Two Towers is like the strongest film, just from
similar to Empire Strikes Back.
Right. Yeah. I absolutely love it. We'll get into that as we're talking about it, I'm sure. Cliff.
Hey, hello everybody. My name is Clifford, and I'm from theonering.net, sometimes known as the old grandfather clock in Tolkien fandom. You can always hear the clock somewhere in the house, no matter where you are. So that's my analogy. But over at theonering.net, it's like, the big web portal that has message boards and academic articles. And every now and then, you might see me on a live stream show that we do with Justin and other guests from the Tolkien community who come to join us. And I am so thrilled to be invited to enjoy the rarefied air with you wonderful people. And to be doing this fundraiser, it's really significant as well. Can I add to that emotion that Yoystan was just saying? And even better, I cannot believe that it is 20 years ago that we had a big premiere for the fans at the Vista Theater, and we got Andy Serkis and Sala Baker to show up and introduce themselves. And at that point, nobody in the audience knew quite yet who Andy was. It was a really fascinating to be a fan when we were camping out on the sidewalk for days and days to be the first people to get into the theater to see the Two Towers. It was an amazing time.
Absolute legend right there.
Yeah, he rocked it in Andor, but we won't dive into that. But we'll keep moving. So Caitlin.
Hi.
Hi, Caitlin.
So I'm Caitlin, and I run a website called Tea with Tolkien. You might see me on Twitter at Tea with Tolkien as well. I am super excited to be here. I think I was here
YouTuber.
last year, wasn't I?
He's a YouTuber.
It's all a haze. This whole my life is a haze. But this is super fun. I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, you were on last year. And
That's what I thought.
And you're a YouTuber now.
Yes, yeah, my 2 videos.
Yep. You got it.
love
We're
it.
on YouTube. That's an easy navigation for folks to make. They don't even have to leave this website.
That's right.
So, all right. So before we start, I am going to announce 2 winners. We had a big giveaway.
Yes.
Over, I think there was at least 2,000 people. It tells me the total entries was like some insane number, but you could do multiple tasks and stuff. So the first prize is a Tubbs Saruman duck. So there's Saruman in duck form.
I love these. These designs are so funny and so cool. Really.
And that goes to David Zabo. So congratulations, David. Oh,
Congrats.
yeah.
Well done, David.
Yeah.
My favorite
done.
is the Gollum duck. He's
They're so
turned into
cute.
a
I love
fish.
all of them.
They are. I love them.
And then the next item that we have is, now you get your choice. I held on to the Dwarvish keyboard, so you've probably seen these advertised. These are made by Drop, and these are this is a Dwarvish keyboard, so it's got all the Dwarven alphabet characters on there. There's an Elvish one too that's really
that is
beautiful.
so
It's
cool.
got green.
That Varking would love that one so much.
Varking would freak out.
Yes. For that one.
Well, Varking did not win this first one.
Okay.
The winner of the first one is Nicholas Mearsman. So congratulations,
Yay.
Nicholas.
Congratulations, Nicholas.
Yeah.
You'll get an email from
Well
me
done.
and you get your choice. You get your choice of Dwarvish or Elvish. All right. Without further ado, guys, I'm going to count us down and we're going to get rolling on our watch party. So
Okay.
get your, if you don't have it yet, I assume everyone does. We've stalled a good amount of time. We're almost at $200 already for St. Jude Children's Hospital. So
Wow.
let's keep that going as we drop nuggets of awesomeness, because I'm sure this will be like your favorite commentary to go along with this movie after tonight. You'll be like, what? The Hobbits? What? No.
Can't watch it without the commentary. Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to give a 5-second countdown and then we will get rolling. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
There's that New Line logo.
There we go.
Yeah.
The spinning blue New Line Cinema logo.
The
beautiful.
instant nostalgia, honestly.
Yes. And for a while, you would see that logo and you would think, I'm excited. I'm going to see Ninja Turtles now.
Oh, yeah.
Because that was the
I'm sure
thing. at
Matt
the
would
time.
be excited for Ninja Turtles.
Yes.
Yeah. No, 5-year-old me was all about Ninja Turtles.
New Line Cinema made a lot of money off of Freddy Krueger. And believe it or not, they had enough money from other franchises like Turtles to be able to make this, The Lord of the Rings. And so Freddy Krueger and the earlier New Line success stories are largely responsible for Peter Jackson getting the chance to make this with Bob Shea and the people at New Line. Really.
I always loved the opening of Two Towers because we get like a second viewing of Gandalf versus the Balrog.
It's the greatest thing in cinema. It really is. It's the greatest thing. Here's the reason why. It had been a long time since an audience had been challenged to stay in a theater for that long and then come back a year later. And so this was the way for Peter Jackson to trigger the memory boxes of people who had not been to see Fellowship of the Ring for one whole year. And now these beautiful aerial shots show us what looks like the mirror outside the East Gate of Moria. It's so beautiful. And now the camera brings us into the mountain itself. It's a genius.
It's a fun
piece of filmmaking.
transition. Yeah.
It's genius.
It holds up so well.
Yeah. Seriously, it's crazy that this is 20 years old and how well it holds up.
Yeah, this is such an intense scene.
Yes, and we had no idea this was going to happen, that we would suddenly get a change in the point of view
Yeah. But yeah, because it's like a thing, isn't Battle of Five Armies is the only Peter Jackson film that doesn't start with a flashback.
Mm-hmm.
Do we think he chose to fall on purpose or could have done a muscle up?
I don't know if you haven't checked out the Doug Adams complete music of Lord of the Rings book, you get some really interesting insight to this piece in particular with the switching of the lyrics from Cthulhu to, I forgot the other language it is, funny enough, but there's a really good, it depends on who has the upper hand in the fight.
That's interesting.
It's probably black speech then.
Yeah, I would assume.
Wow. It's also a metaphysical conversation that we can have, right, Caitlin? Because we're at a moment between two angelic beings who are suddenly matched against each other. And it's so rare for Tolkien to write that kind of an element.
Mm-hmm.
So rare.
Yeah. This is such a neat scene. It's very cool. I actually haven't watched this movie in quite some time, so I'm like seeing it with new eyes almost. It's been so long.
They are both Maiar spirits.
Right.
I feel like we should have an over-under on how much time we like end up just watching it and not talking because we get sucked into it.
It's hard.
It definitely happens to me.
Yeah.
I like the transition, how they kind of move straight to Frodo and Sam.
Boom.
And it is crazy. Like you read the parts where Gandalf talks about being in the depths of Khazad-dûm with the Balrog, and it kind of hints that there are things down there that the Balrog is afraid of. Like the unnamed things. Like
nameless
the Balrog is in a hurry to get out of Dodge when it comes to being in the depths there. And it's like, what on earth? Those unnamed things must be like just horrors beyond compare, you know?
And perhaps they're even older, at least in this Middle Earth, than he is.
Right.
When I was a child and I read The Hobbit and then quickly read The Lord of the Rings, I was 11, I realized that Professor Tolkien was telling us to never, ever go underground. Because when you do, some really, really bad stuff is going to go down.
Then why do hobbits live underground?
That's the question. Yes, that's the question.
You can go slightly underground, but just not too far.
But, it's a strong place in the narrative because Frodo is still concerned about the loss of his friends. And at the end of Fellowship, when we left him, he was emotionally destroyed because he felt that Boromir was gone, Gandalf was gone, and he felt the responsibility of all of these deaths. And so for him to be just dreaming about Gandalf and still in that sense of loss is a very appropriate and very smart place to start the story right here.
It's not a bad reminder too for folks who are prone to forgetting things between years of like from when Fellowship released, people who aren't mega huge fans, it's like, oh yeah, there was that one wizard guy, he died the last time. And so then when he, spoiler alert guys, when Gandalf popped up later, it's like wait, who's this guy again? Right.
It's like previously on The Lord of the Rings.
Right. But without doing that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. It's very well done. It's classic.
I wonder if that's also why the extended editions released like in the October or November of like the following year. So you could watch the extended and then get the theatrical like a month later.
So great. Wasn't it? Like, man, I remember the feeling of like counting down the days until the extended edition would release. Man.
Yeah, it was a brilliant releasing plan. But Amanda, I see Amanda in the chat and she's right. Frodo did not know that Boromir had died at this point until Faramir told him much later.
Right.
That's true. You know what? I need to check that because, wow, yeah. This is because Frodo feels like responsible for so much of what's going on. And you can see that this is Elijah's choice to keep expanding and deepening this character because he's taking on much more than he ever thought he would take on. And bam, there's Sauron.
I love the way they do. Just like I felt like that was so goofy, that zoom in, but it was also so cool.
It's very
like
much
it holds up 20 years later. Like it's still good.
It's very much an early 2000s like film technique with the zoom. Yeah,
but it makes him feel ever present.
Yeah. but
Right.
it's quick. It's
Mhm.
like it would be hokey if it was any slower or longer of a shot, I feel like.
Right.
But they hit like that perfect balance.
The costuming just looks so good. Like this
Oh
whole
my
movie is just amazing. Like,
We should have like an amazing counter, like compliment
Great.
counter
How
for-
many? Yeah.
These
How
movies
many
are so
times does
freaking
Caitlin
good.
compliment the movie?
or any of us for that matter.
Well, 20 years later, I'm really enjoying the emotions and the connections, but I'm also starting to notice years later, like the differences between the way they do an interior shot and then cut to the great wide outdoors. And I noticed some small, subtle changes I never noticed before. It's amazing that there's so many extra storylines about to be added. Audience doesn't know this yet. We're here dealing with Frodo and Sam, and we don't know that we're going to meet dozens of new characters and everybody in Rohan, a whole new nation, and all these other things. It is, in terms of what Peter Jackson was taking on with this middle film, it's towing a lot. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting still.
It is. I did my video essay on the Two Towers today, and I talked a bit about how this movie is so much of a dual narrative. Like these narratives never connect in this film. It is two different storylines being told side by side. They would connect in Return of the King, but this film is so specifically individual because of that.
It's actually 3 storylines.
Well, even Pippin and Merry and Pippin still connect to that Rohan one, at least with Gandalf.
Oh, yeah.
With Gandalf being the vector.
Yeah, that's true.
But you have 2 completely different storylines in this one.
Can you imagine the
That's so
conversations?
interesting.
Imagine sitting there with your editor, and Peter and his editor and everybody else around him are trying to figure out how are we going to sustain the sense of story when none of these are connecting. It's just
Exactly.
Really?
Exactly. They're like Faramir will connect it in the next movie, but not yet.
And here's our first very real,
Here
first
he comes.
up close and personal experience with Gollum.
This is so great.
And just how Gollum and his mocap changed the world of filmmaking. It's incredible.
I love that people are now like, I don't know. I think it's been this gradual discovery that the rest of the world has had of how amazing Andy Serkis is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I've seen so many people in Andor been like, "Oh my gosh, he's so amazing!" Like in person and everything. It's like, yeah, man. Like he was amazing back then too. Like,
We still need a mocap actor or actor category for the Oscars. I still think.
and they should name it after him. That's
Should.
what I've always
True.
Yeah.
True.
Name
The
it
Circus
after.
Award.
Yeah.
The Andy Serkis motion capture performance, outstanding performance of the year, goes to.
That's a really long title, Cliff. I don't know about that.
I need to abbreviate that.
Can we come up with an anagram or something?
We'll polish it.
Or not an anagram. What am I thinking?
Acronym?
Acronym. There we go. That's the one.
Well,
it had
it had to.
That was
happen.
really
It had
good.
to happen. It had to. Well, notice how much work they did on this character since the last time we saw a peek of him in Moria, and
Oh yeah, he
And
looks so different in Moria.
the digital artists are so grateful. I think that they had an extra year to keep working on this.
Yeah.
He really doesn't hold back in this scene. Like he's like thrashing against the rocks, like throwing himself everywhere. Like you can see he's like putting his whole heart into this performance.
To them, if they'll be nice to us, he deserves us.
That's so good.
You should just redub the movie at this point.
I'm just gonna. Anytime Gollum talks, I'm just gonna talk at the same time.
Perfect.
if you guys leave dead air at all, I'm just gonna fill it in with Gollum's voice.
That works.
You know, there's something to be said about the way New Line did a little bit of a campaign for Andy Serkis for Best Supporting Actor when The Two Towers came out. They put out these,
Did they?
They put out some 8x10s. They were headshots, but instead of it being a regular 8x10 of Andy, it was separated into 3 parts. The first part was Andy with that white motion capture suit.
Yeah.
And then the bottom half, they showed a second bar where it was blended over with some of the skeletal CGI of Gollum.
Yeah.
And then the bottom piece was the complete Gollum.
Oh, that's really cool.
And New Line Cinema did put some small effort because Ian McKellen had gotten an Oscar nomination for Best Supporting Actor for The Fellowship of the Ring.
That's the only acting nomination throughout
That's
the entire trilogy.
And there were plans, and some plans were put in motion to have a campaign for Andy Serkis, but the voting members and the governing body of the Academy Awards didn't bite, and they didn't nominate him. In the third film, they were going to go for either Viggo or Sean Astin to get a supporting actor nomination for the third film. And that was the overall plan over 3 years, from what I understand.
I wanted to be Sean Astin so bad.
Well, you wanted Sean Astin to get nominated?
Yeah, I think that would have been. I think that would. Yeah, I mean, he's throughout the whole trilogy, really. But I mean, obviously, he shines
so much heart. Yeah. Here we got extended. Once in a while, I can still pick out the extended scenes. I watch the extended so often that I haven't seen the theatricals in so long that sometimes I forget like what was extended and what wasn't.
Yeah, I don't think I could tell you because I don't think I've seen the theatrical in like 10 years.
We'll get to it, but Two Towers is particularly guilty of it with the Isengard and the hobbits discovering Saruman's stash, if you will.
Yeah. I will say, like like I said earlier, the theatrical of Two Towers, I feel like is such a, it's just such a tight film. Like there's not a lot of fat in there that feels extra whatsoever. And the way it leads into Return of the King is fantastic. All right, so
here's another.
I'm gonna try to pull some questions from the chat too. Let's make sure we get the chat involved too. Katie's asking, who's the most underrated actor in the Lord of the Rings trilogy?
That's a great
underrated. Underrated. To be quite honest, one of the most underrated actors is the guy who does Barlam and Butterbur. No one ever talks about him. He was fantastic. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say to this question.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know many of the actors who played like orcs and Uruk-hai, but you believe all of them. Like all of these guys on screen right now, it's like phenomenal jobs. But I never like hear about them. Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple people said Jed. Dominic.
Brett McKenzie from Flight of the Conchords.
David Wenham or Brad Dourif.
Do you know, Sala was in this recent scene. We just saw one of the moments when Sala was one of the orcs, the Uruk-hai, instead of being Sauron. He was in here in this shot. You know what? To be honest, underrated. I'll be real honest. It's Liv Tyler. A lot of people at the time when the original trilogy came out 20 years ago, they were very critical of the casting. They didn't think that Liv Tyler could do it. And, everybody's quick to talk about Sean Astin's and Ian McKellen's performance, but no one as often talks about Liv and what kind of gentleness that she brought to playing Arwen.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's a great
pick. Good one. That's a good one.
Yeah.
And with what she's given, she's given more to work with than what's even in the source material, she does a great job with it and kind of has to pull it from what she believes from her interpretation. She does an amazing job.
Mm-hmm. I love that shot, the way the boot squishes the Lorien leaf brooch into the mud. It's a great, great shot. There's this certain elasticity to the wetness of the ground, and it, you know, you look at it and it's such a great imprint, and you think to yourself, oh hell yeah, Aragorn could track that. Aragorn
Yeah.
could definitely track that. Look at that.
Yeah, and it communicates what's going. It brings the story along while it's also a very cool shot.
Mr. Diddles in the YouTube chat says, imagine if they'd left her in the Helm's Deep. Yeah, they did
Yeah.
shoot some early things with
They did.
Arwen being there. Oh my gosh, I'm
So
glad
we'll have to
they changed
keep an eye out, because there is a shot where you can see her in the background.
it. No.
Like,
Ooh.
yeah, very, very briefly in the finished film.
No.
Yeah, you because
Yep. She's in the
dressed in
background.
red.
Yeah, it's once the Rohirrim have ridden down into the
Yeah,
deep.
she's right behind Eomer, I want to say.
Yeah,
Wow.
Crazy.
Wow.
that was one of those where it's like they dodged a bullet there, because I
Yeah.
don't think that would have played.
Me
very
too.
well. Yeah.
One of my only criticisms with like the books is I wish there was more Arwen. Like I think she has a bigger
Yeah.
place in the story, but I don't know what that place would have been, and I don't think that was it. So I'm not sure. I agree with you, Matt. Though I think it was smart to take that out.
Poor John Rhys Davies had
John
such a
Rhys
bad time.
Davies. So shout
The
out to
latex.
John Rhys Davies, who played me like a champ, trying to convince me that he was not in Indiana Jones 5 when I interviewed him on the channel. And turns out he is in Indiana Jones 5. And at the time, I even said, I was like, well, I'm still going to be hoping that Sala turns up. And sure enough, in the trailer, there's Sala in all his glory. I was like, heck yeah.
That's
He's an
awesome.
actor indeed. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not only was he in the trailer, it's the first voice you hear in the trailer.
Yeah.
Yep. I appreciate our guest chat, Professor Dutch, saying that John Rhys Davies also counts as one of the underrated big-time portrayals in the film. Yes.
Yeah, he did great.
Yep. And he had to put up with such a difficult time with the latex makeup.
Prosthetics. Yeah.
Oh, here's my guy. Here's Christopher Lee. He's my
Yes.
guy.
Super cool.
I love, like, every story you hear about, like everyone who's worked with him has a Christopher Lee story, it seems like. Everyone I've interviewed, like producers, actors, authors, like if they met Christopher Lee, they have a story about him, which is awesome. And they're all great.
He seems like a kind of a legendary guy for sure.
Yeah.
Man, this is awesome. This shot's so cool.
Gosh. And his voice.
Yeah.
I always
That's
go
up
back
with
to the
villains.
fact that he wanted to be Gandalf. And I'm like, he would kind of scare the crap out of me a little bit as Gandalf, maybe? I don't know.
He's not
He could definitely be
approachable enough, I feel like. He's
He could
definitely
be
a great
stern-
Saruman.
Yeah, he would be a very stern, like
Mhm.
he would definitely, it's kind of like if you think of like Harry Potter, how they went from Richard Harris to Michael Gambon.
Mhm.
Michael Gambon has a much more stern aspect to him, and whereas Richard Harris was much warmer. So I could see it like, I mean, I'm sure his delivery and everything would change if he was Gandalf. He wouldn't be
Richard
like,
Harris
Oh,
would have
yeah.
given you the book. Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire?
yes.
Yes.
I
think-
actually just watched that with my kids the other night, and I laugh every time I see that. Extended.
I'm still trying to figure out how they did these shots with the backgrounds and the foregrounds. I mean, this stuff is
I'm
so
sure
great.
it's on green screen, but it looks fantastic. And
It
like
does.
this is what I love that Peter Jackson does such a good job of, and it's underrated. And it's like shots like that where you get a sense of place and a sense of scale. So it's not just like, okay, here's a wide establishing shot of Orthanc, and now everything else is going to be on a smaller set.
Mhm.
Like there's these medium wide shots, I guess is what I'll call them, that give you this sense of scale. And even this, it's like, it gives you a sense of where you are, and it helps make it feel more real.
Yeah, it
I
really
feel like
grounds you in it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of depth in the background and in the green screen as well, which makes it feel very real.
Yeah.
The added footage here allows us to understand that Saruman was fomenting anger and rage from the men of Dunland, and not just breeding Uruk-hai.
Yeah.
And They didn't need to do that. Peter didn't need to do all that. That's the kind of thing that gets cut out of an adaptation from a book to a movie.
True.
But we get it all. That's one of the things about this adaptation that we really like, I think.
Now we don't get like Dunlendings at Helm's Deep. I don't
No,
think we see any there.
they don't
It's
seem to
just-
show up.
Yeah,
But they're here raiding the villages of the
but they
Rohirrim.
play a part, which is
Yeah.
you know better than not playing a part.
It will
Yeah.
be won't it be helpful for the War of the Rohirrim film to refer back to some of these different
Yeah.
people?
Ooh, yeah.
I would agree. I would also, especially with the scoring, it starts there. Those Rohirric sort of themes, you get a lot of it too in the right before with the Aragorn and Eowyn staring moment before they ride to meet the wolves
Mhm.
Yeah.
of Isengard. You get a lot of that more choral Rohirric theme, and I think it's one of the really. We're talking about things that are underrated. It's not, you're so used to the strings and the horns and the Rohirrim theme, but the choral bits, I think, are just as important.
We're gonna see Jed again here
Yes.
as a Rohirrim soldier.
Nice. It's been really fun after I got to meet him last summer, and now I'm like recognizing him.
There he
more
is.
Because, yeah, it's really fun.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yes, poor Theodred.
These scenes all just make you care about Rohan, a place that's never been shown before.
Yeah.
But we already care so much. It's incredible.
It's brutal.
And that got cut from the theatrical version. The whole
Yeah.
conversation is about Theoden. Theoden is so far gone, he doesn't even respond to the death of his own son.
Right. It's crazy.
Which is the overall point that Peter wants to get at.
I
But-
do have a bit of a theory. It's a little later, but when we see Grima say, "Oh, he must have died sometime in the night," if you look at how the bed is arrayed and that he already knows he's passed away, there's part of me that thinks Grima kills Theodred, like comes in and strangles him.
I always
Based on
kind
how
of
the
thought,
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Hidden subtext. I never caught that before.
I could totally be wrong, but that's always how I read this later scene.
Or knowing Grima, someone else did it for Grima.
yeah, he was
Totally.
somehow involved. It seems like, oh yeah, he must have died. I have no idea.
This is
I
the
love how
part-
he just like slinks around the corner
Yeah.
there. It says so like
It's
that's
perfect.
our first introduction to the character, and just
Yeah.
like the way he peeks around the corner, it's like, okay, this guy's a slimy, no good guy.
Yeah,
Where he says a word.
he
May
does
I?
great.
May I share a personal memory of being on the set?
No,
I was
absolutely not.
I was actually working for the OneRing.net as a secret reporter. I was embedded secretly on the set during,
You're
during
a
the
spy.
pitch hours.
You're a spy.
A spy,
I was a spy, yeah.
undercover.
Because New Line Cinema didn't necessarily know I was there. And, Ian, I was working for McKellen.com and also writing articles for the OneRing.net. And I'll never forget how vivid my first impression was of Brad Dourif. Here he is on screen with this really, really intense portrayal of Wormtongue. But when it was time for lunch and all the actors were back in the catering hall, he was still in character, even though he was off camera. And he was the only person who was so like vividly intense into his method acting. He was the only person I didn't get to meet or talk with while I was there. I mean, it was easy to chat up the table with the Rohirrim guys, and they're all laughing and, another, smashing their beer steins on that's what they were like, the Rohirrim guys. But Brad was isolated, sitting at the table, because he just needed to stay in the work.
Yeah.
He was going to barely touch any food. He had to go right back in because the next thing they were filming was the healing of Theoden, where Gandalf the White heals him. And they spent the whole rest of the afternoon filming that. And so I was really lucky to be on set, but to get this energy around some of the actors who chose not to have social time during lunch. They had to stay in the game because he knew he had to go right back to work and do it. It was really cool.
Wow.
Really, really cool. He was so dedicated. Brad Dourif, a very dedicated actor to that role.
And he did incredible. His portrayal is super cool.
Oh yeah, the casting in these movies blows my mind. Like
Yeah.
how much these people embody the characters that they play. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I always wonder with the three hunters, right? So they're chasing these guys. Like, do they plan to just immediately fight the Uruk-hai when they catch up to them? Just like 3
Right.
versus 30.
I mean, if that's what it takes, man. Did you see the body count at Amon Hen?
That's true. That's fair. They got it.
Yeah, these aren't just ordinary guys.
Legolas is a semi-automatic weapon.
Yeah. After running for 3 days, just go
Right.
right into it.
Just straight in.
I'm not sure what you guys are watching on, but the HBO Max is the 4K copy, I believe, and those shots, I just forgot how green they were because I remember when I watched the theatrical DVDs like years and years ago, it was always more faded, but that was extremely green.
It's it gives a good contrast because now it's like really dark and blue.
Yeah, there's a lot of the 4K that I like, but I think there are some that are certainly better in the older extended cuts.
Yeah, I love I'm watching 4K as well, and like I do love the mine's local here on the computer, so not streaming, but like the detail that you can see, like the lines in the fabric and stuff.
Yeah,
like,
the Rohirric armor is particularly really
yes,
great. in 4K.
yes, yeah. Like I remember one of the first things I watched when the 4K came out was the charge at Pelennor Fields. And you see like all the intricate design of Eowyn's helmet and Mary's helmet and everything, and it just it's crazy.
Oh, is this another Jed Brophy performance?
Yep.
There we go.
We have some mates.
This is iconic.
What about their legs? They don't need them.
Now, did you know Andy Serkis voiced a lot of these orcs in this scene?
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He's so multi-talented.
He is.
It's amazing. Well, this is also one of the most interesting parts where the reference to ecology and the ecological concerns of the story are just hidden in the background because the orcs are just chopping everything around them.
Yep. Yeah.
And it's still feeding into the larger narrative
Yeah.
that we're going to get to, where it's so satisfying that the Ents would be roused from their slumber to come to war again. And all the seeds of it are being planted very early in the film here.
Right. These orcs are so creepy.
Right?
This is great. They did such a good job.
Practical effects orcs. I love it.
Absolutely.
Every
Got
time.
a head chopped off.
Probably the most
Going
gore you
crazy.
get in the entire trilogy too. In this
Right
one
there.
part
Yep.
right here with the intestines flying
There's
up in
some
the
intestines, yay!
I will probably say this in each of these watch parties year
Yes.
after year, but Peter Jackson struck a tone with these. Like he could have, like, there's a huge range of violence level that you could do telling this story, and I feel like he nailed it.
Yeah.
Like he made it so accessible to like I can show my 6-year-old these movies and feel no reservations whatsoever.
Yeah,
but
same.
but there's still brutality and like, you know, plenty of death and everything, but he doesn't relish in it like just the way Tolkien doesn't relish in it.
Yeah.
Which I think is a great I don't know. I've always really appreciated that about
Absolutely.
these
It
movies.
feels realistic and gritty enough without being over the top.
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very tasteful.
Thank you, Katie. Katie, you're so kind. You're very, very kind. A Red Dawn Rises. I love this transition. I love this
Yeah.
the little cloud on the left. It slowly moves off to the side, and then we're in full daylight. It's the quickest and interesting little transition of light.
It's kind of fun how they seem to be using like very distinct color palettes for each different storyline. Like we just went from super dark and blue to now where it's very yellow and green and bright. Like it makes it a lot easier, I think, for the audience to shift from each story.
Taking full advantage of the South Island and the rocks and the regions around Rotorua and the inland lakes and this post-glacial thing with all these tumbled rocks everywhere, really taking full advantage of the environment. It's fantastic.
Yeah, does anyone else like Amira here whenever the sky is red, say a red sun rises?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are so many little lines from these movies that just live in my head forever.
Yeah, right.
I would cut off your head, Master Dwarf, if it would just a few feet above the ground.
If it stood a bit higher from the ground.
Yeah, I love it.
I totally understand, like, later in the movie how Éomer and Erkenbrand, like, how they kind of combined those two figures, but the relationship between Éomer and Éomer, I wish we got more of that in the movie, because I think that would be awesome just to see that more.
Absolutely. I love the because it's in the, and I always bring up the 1981 radio drama because it's amazing, and like, if you listen to it, folks who have listened to it will probably notice that it's kind of eerie how similar a lot of the actors in that sound to the actors in these movies.
Oh, interesting.
Like there's some that's like, without even hearing any, key lines that trigger your memory, you would say like, oh, that sounds like that's probably, Theoden. And sure enough, it's Theoden.
Interesting.
But,
that's awesome.
But in the radio drama, they have the whole thing where, Éomer insults Galadriel, and Gimli gets really offended, and then later, they have this like this promise to like fight each other if he doesn't eventually come around. And then at Minas Tirith in Return of the King, Éomer says like, well, I'm afraid I have to say Arwen is lovelier or whatever.
Yeah, and then Gimli's like, shall I get my axe?
Like, all right.
He's like, all right, we'll take
fine.
that. Yeah.
He's like,
It's so cute that Tolkien included all these little things.
You'll have to forgive me, everybody. I know that things are happening, and things are exciting, and there's a bunch of dead orcs over there. But I must say goodnight. I must say goodnight before Vigo breaks his toe.
Yeah. Oh,
it's coming up.
Okay.
You're gonna miss that moment.
Wait, Vigo does what?
Yeah. Wait, I've never heard that story.
When does that happen?
You guys, big shout out to the Children's Hospital, St. Jude's, and you guys who are there in the live chat. Thank you for participating and joining with us. And mostly, thank you, Matt, Nerd of the Rings, for letting me come and briefly join with you.
Absolutely.
But duty calls, and I'm off to other great things at Scum and Villainy Cantina. Sorry.
All right, Cliff.
Much love, Clifford.
Thanks so much
Bye.
for joining us, Cliff.
Much love to you all. I love you guys.
See you
You're
next
the best.
year. We'll see you next year for Return of the King.
I'll be back around. I'll see you next Tuesday.
Yes.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So Vigo breaks his toe, huh? This is
It's crazy. I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
Never.
Like what? So quick update. We're at $246 toward St. Jude Children's Hospital. Folks, you can donate that little symbol with like the two hands joining that looks like a heart kind of thing. That's the donate button. So please give to St. Jude's Children's Hospital if you feel so led. It always amused me that, they always have to describe the hobbits like, oh, they would look like kids. And especially with Éomer, it's like, dude, the options were orcs or someone who looks like a human child. Like, you should know whether you want someone who looks like a human child.
It tells you how much of a bloodlust they must have been in. They're just killing and slaying.
Right?
And slaying
Yeah.
and killing.
He's just like, well, it's a little hazy.
Yeah.
It was.
I couldn't say.
Oh, so I'm receiving some correspondence that Vigo already broke his toe. How about that? I guess we missed it.
We were
never
talking.
Know. I'll never know when it happens.
We're horrible live streamers.
I love they show off Aragorn's tracking abilities in this movie.
Yeah. Because when I'm reading the books like that, Tolkien really goes through a lot of detail to make sure we know that he's tracking, and he's very good at it. And so I like how they included it in the movies.
I should do some. Oh my gosh, I'm the worst. I should be shouting out people who donate. I'm so sorry. Peachy Edits donated $10. Thank you so much. And Honk, if you love beer, donated $50. Thank you so much. I don't have a horn or anything, but I would honk purely for your donation. So thank you so much, guys, for donating so generously to St. Jude Children's Hospital.
More tracking. This is awesome.
Yeah. No, this is, I love how they cut this. This is so great.
Then you'll get the cut through the trees. Here in just a second.
I love that cut. Yeah.
And there's another moment where you can see it's the Gimli stunt double too, or I guess you would call it stunt double. The other Gimli actor.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Elaine says, "I like the Lego game where Aragorn sniffs around." Yeah. So like, yeah, in the Lego game too, you like pick up objects that like glow green, and then you are literally crawling around on all fours.
The Lego games are so great.
They're so good. I wish. So there's rumors that there's a Lego. I don't know if you guys have seen this. I had a video planned and I haven't released it or edited it yet. But there's Lego Lord of the Rings sets coming next year.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're doing some of those BrickHeads things, but then there's also like a massive like $500 set.
Crazy.
And I don't know what it's going to be. There's rumors that it's Rivendell. I really hope for Minas Tirith.
I was going to say Minas Tirith would make a lot of sense. Especially with Return of the King. It's Return of the King.
Yeah.
It's just like 8,000 white bricks.
It would be a lot. There'd be some gray. There'd be some gray.
It's just a lot of white and gray. That'd be fun. Be a challenge.
All right. Nigel asks, if you could change anything in the Two Towers, what would it be?
I feel like I need to finish watching this first in order to answer that. I'm not ready yet. It's been so long.
I always have answers for Return of the King because Gandalf versus the Witch King is something that I wish we saw the book version of.
They had to leave a lot out.
I mean, you could say that. Elaine said a good one. Yeah, change Faramir.
That's what I was like just circling around in my mind. Faramir.
Yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, they definitely goofed that one up.
Yeah, for those who aren't familiar with the books, and maybe you're just joining us from a movie background, Faramir pretty much instantly turns down the allure of the ring, and that's a reason that he's so great. Why so many people love him. He's a fan favorite because he values other things.
Mm-hmm.
He's just very pure of heart, and
and
not tempted at all.
He gets there eventually. I kind of get why they did it. It's not my favorite, but
I get that they did it for Frodo and Sam's plot need like almost an antagonist or a story climax and everything like that. But I still think there's a way they could have kept the Shelob stuff in this film and then emphasized Tirith Ungol more next film for it.
So that's what I was going to say. Like, because the Two Towers book is kind of a cliffhanger.
Mm-hmm.
Sam, like Frodo gets taken and Sam like slams up against the wall and that's it for their storyline. And it's like, oh gosh.
It's crazy to think about if you're reading the books when they were coming out. Like you had to wait.
Right?
Yeah.
I can't remember how long. It's like at least a year before the Return of the King.
I think Two Towers and Return of the King were back to back.
Yeah, they were the same year, I think. Couple months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it was months apart. Yeah.
Months still though, months, and you're just like, where's Frodo?
Wands and Wanderlust, thank you for the $5 donation to St. Jude Children's Hospital. We are now well over $300. Thanks, everybody.
That's awesome.
You guys are rocking it.
We've got Mordor menacing in the background.
Nice, Hobbit.
It's a bog. Oh man. So I don't think when I first saw this, because I had not read the books or anything, I did not put two and two together that the Dead Marshes was from the War of the Last Alliance.
Yeah,
Not until I read the books did I learn that.
I mean, it makes sense, like that you wouldn't put that together. It's like further north than I feel like the movie shows us. Like it only shows us right inside of Mordor.
Right.
So.
Yes. At Mount Doom. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a really cool mod for one of the Battle for Middle Earth games, and when you're going through the campaign of the movies, when Frodo, Sam, and Gollum go through the Dead Marshes, the ghost of Orifer shows up actually and helps you
really
go through.
No
yeah,
way.
it's like some deep like lore cuts, which I mean wouldn't happen, but it's a really cool nod to the larger, legendary.
Yeah, I feel like at this point you're so far from the prologue that you might not even really remember. Gollum eating a nice worm. That was great.
Delicious.
Get some good protein. Yeah.
Protein.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's interesting that even the elvish things give him that reaction because it shows that he is kind of beyond redemption in a sense. It's anything that could be healing for others is just painful for him.
Right.
It's an interesting
and the rope
choice.
The rope.
Right.
Burn. It says it burns and freezes, which I always thought was interesting. It reminds me a bit of Eyegloss, Gil-galad's spear, how it's described.
Yeah.
But I think the question with
freezing,
the question with Gollum always is could it be unlearned, that corruption with him?
Yeah.
It was the one case, especially the line from Gandalf in the books. But in the case because he's not quite an orc, right? But he's also not exactly a hobbit anymore,
right?
So it's very much that in between ground that's always leaning either way.
Yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite moments from the Return of the King book is. Or actually, no, it's the Two Towers book before Shelob's Lair, when he reaches out and like he was an old hobbit when they were sleeping. Sam wakes up and misinterprets this, but he almost is redeemed in that moment, and then he's forever lost after.
Yeah, that's like one of the saddest moments of the whole series,
really
I think.
Is.
Andrew Carlisle donated $20. Thank you, Andrew. And Jay Boy, thank you so much for your donation as well. You guys are rocking it. Thank you so much.
Yay. This is awesome.
Faces in the water.
Seeing this as a kid creeped me out so bad.
It's creepy.
It's great. They did a great job of making it super creepy. Gollum is just so cranky and menacing. He nailed it.
That is one thing that is very different from the radio drama. Is Gollum sounds a lot different.
Interesting. Yeah, it's. Every take on Gollum is a unique take.
It's like I think like that's the one thing that people who've seen the movies would probably be the most taken back by is like a non Andy Serkis. Like everyone does the Andy Serkis impression when they do Gollum. Like I don't know. Like, you'd be hard pressed for anyone to read Gollum lines and not do it in Andy Serkis voice.
Yeah.
He's like a deeper, like the radio drama is like a deeper. It's like
like a frog.
Yeah. The Dead Marshes Gollum juice are always so interesting because it really presents such a metaphysical topic within Tolkien's works that elven spirits choose to stay. That they're not necessarily some of them do. That some aren't good, not evil. They just are still lingering. before passing on.
Chris Rochford, thanks so much for the $50 donation to St. Jude Children's Hospital. Oh, this is a great question from the chat. Why do the dead ones still linger?
Well, we were just talking about it a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
we
sure.
were-
It's
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like
weird.
with the details
Wraiths,
of that battle.
wraiths are an interesting thing. Like
I would say
They're
men,
like
men are
barrow
easier
whites.
to talk about
Yeah.
than elves, I
Yeah.
would assume. Because the men were cursed from the Witch King, though.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So
At least the barrow whites were.
yeah,
They were like
Right.
bodies of men, but spirits of evil.
Right.
Almost.
Yeah.
But I feel like the elves stuck around in the Dead Marshes because the details of that battle were just so, like, they were kind of in a really bad place, and it was their own vanity that drove them there in a
Right.
sense. So
Or at least Aurifairs.
yeah, or rather, yeah.
I guess it does make sense in that yeah, what we were talking
Yeah.
about.
And maybe that regret makes them hold on.
Maybe. Yeah. I love it. Like there's some things like that in Tolkien where it's just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Here's a guess.
Yeah.
I do like the evil spirits thing inhabiting things is very interesting.
Mhm.
Like I was just for my Yavanna video, was reading about how Melkor corrupted some of her creations, so like animals and stuff, and he basically brings evil spirits to embody these creatures and like twist them into different creatures. And
Yeah.
so yeah, and it's the same thing Sauron does in the First Age to make werewolves.
Oh, true. That's that's a
Oh.
great connection. Yeah.
That's fun.
Yeah. Voice of the Rings, thanks so much for the donation. We're now well over $400.
Awesome.
Doing great.
That's so great.
It's another one of those great shots in 4K is the up close of that gauntlet on the felt.
Oh yeah.
It's so menacing. This is awesome.
Another one of those things where if you really view this through the eyes of Frodo and Sam, you're like, that must be. Each day just gets worse. You see something, like that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, the only other time that they would have thought about seeing this would have been at in the film canon. Of course, would be like the fireworks at Bilbo's with the giant fireworks Smaug, and now you're seeing an actual, even a perversion of that almost in a fell piece. So it's
yeah.
yeah.
Well, and can you? Sorry, I'm sidetracked by the. Oh, we just got another anonymous donation for $20. Thank you so much, and I lost track of what I was gonna say. Gosh. Oh, so I was gonna say, like, with Aragorn's storyline, for example, there's like small victories along the way, whereas I guess there are some victories, like Sam, defeats Shelob and stuff. But for the most part, once Sam and Frodo are on their own, it just pretty much progressively gets worse,
Yeah.
more dire.
It's very sad. Yeah, everyone else has little bright spots along the
Yeah.
way, but they don't really get too much.
Yeah. Everyone has more hope in the hobbits than the hobbits do themselves.
Yeah.
True. True.
Rosita Berry and Momo each donated $20. Thank you so much, folks.
I love when Legolas speaks because he really doesn't have like hardly any lines. So there you
not
go.
a ton, yeah.
Yeah. It's like a special little treat.
He's much skinnier here than his early days. He's much more beefy in
They've
those
been
days.
running for a super long time.
Yeah, so that's what it is. That's why he's beefier in The Hobbit.
The muscular
He's
crimson chin Legolas.
He's had to go without food, so he's lost some muscle mass and he's been running a lot. That's what it is.
That's right.
It's crazy because I think Orlando Bloom is like 22 or something in this movie.
Wow.
Okay.
He's really young.
I thought he was younger than that.
And he's like, I mean, he could be like 21. I mean, that's just like the perspective for you is just crazy.
Yeah. No, I just remember in Desolation of Smaug when when he's like, he says something to Thorin, but like, not only a thief, but a liar as well. And I'm like, dude, your voice is like deep, man. I'm like, jeez. I'm looking up Orlando Bloom's age here.
The scene is so intense. Gandalf's just like,
He's so high level now after the Balrog.
Yeah.
It's not even hard.
I think it's a Ted Naismith piece too, where it's like this scene, but they're out in
Yeah.
the middle of the field.
Mhm.
It's like it's even more like intense because it's just like you could be walking past and set from a distance and be like, okay, I'm gonna keep going.
yeah. You're just like someone kind of on your own. And you're like
Yeah.
watching from
There's
the other side of the
actually
field.
so Ted's done this from both angles. He's done like from behind Gandalf and then from behind the three hunters.
Yeah.
And like you can't tell, like I'm not 100% sure, but they almost seem like they could be in the same location, and he's just done the same scene from two angles. But yeah, the one with behind the three hunters, he's like against a rock face, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's cool.
I remember this confusing the heck out of me when I watched this before reading the books. Like,
I am Saruman. You're like, okay.
I'm sorry, what?
This
Oh,
is
this is
so,
so good.
remind me, I'm not a Lotro player, but can't you go and find like Gandalf's hat up here in the game?
Yeah, actually, in the foundations of stone, after he fell, it's all burned and
Oh,
just
it's
on
No
the ground.
way.
Mhm.
That's so
Yeah.
fun.
That's awesome.
This is
That
really
game's
epic.
so great.
Yeah.
It is. You can find
Balrog.
Durin's Bane's body.
Oh,
It's-
nice.
Yeah.
When I was showing some of my friends these movies for the first time over like that initial quarantine, and when Gandalf was saying, I smoked him upon the mountainside, they were like, "Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, that is so cool!"
How great. I was just thinking that. I wanted to bring that up. Like, is there a better, I mean, I'm sure there's more memorable like delivered lines, but just the way he says, "I smote his ruin upon the mountainside."
It's so
Like, it's
good. I
so-
think Two Towers
so
in
good.
particular has a lot of those really good lines, like especially when
Yeah.
he goes to to Theoden and
Yeah.
frees him. There's some good stuff there too.
Mm-hmm. That shot of him like laying on the table, coming back to life was
Yeah.
a little bit weird.
Yep, another one of those like Frodo waking up in Rivendell moments.
Yeah. Because really, he should have been on top of the mountain still
hmm
and clothed, presumably.
It it felt like X-Files or something.
Yeah.
I noticed this
He's
a
abducted
while
by
back.
ancient alien.
I noticed this a while back, and like it's probably as close to a hit tweet as I've ever gotten. Gandalf, his cloak has an elven brooch on it,
Yeah.
so it shows, like,
Oh, no.
without any reference to it, like we know from the book that Gandalf came from Lothlorien,
Lothlorien.
and he has a fellowship cloak with a brooch on it,
There it is.
so you know that like he also
Yeah.
went to Lothlorien, because it's not like Galadriel gave them an extra,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Interesting.
really,
Yeah. And you can't see it until he turns his head and his beard moves.
Yeah.
So it's like
But
a
it's one of those
surprise.
things, like I literally discovered that within the last year, and I absolutely love it.
That's one of those things where I guess like, and so instead of obviously he wouldn't have gone to Edoras yet in the film canon.
Yeah.
So it
Oh,
implies
yeah.
that Shadowfax just like burst out the stable and just
Yeah.
ran to Fangorn instead of him going. It's kind of funny.
And then Mr. Diddles asks, is the new staff from Galadriel? So yeah, he does get the staff in Lorien as well.
Nice. I love all the little touches. You can tell they put so much into these movies.
Oh my gosh, so much. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, but just right here where he's talking about the Ents. I mean, you don't get that in the original, I don't think. It's very
Yeah.
quick cut to like the Shadowfax arrival. So
Yep.
yeah, I mean, he lays out the whole movie right here, essentially.
I mean, you can even see with Gandalf's staff that's certainly carved out of Malorn tree. It has to be the white
Nice.
wood.
It has
and
some
everything
similar
like that.
architecture element, like similar to some of the architecture you see in Elven realms too, which is
Yeah.
great.
Oh man,
This is the
okay,
whistle
I'm
I
gonna
try
nerd
to
out
do
for a
for my
second.
dog when I call my dog in at night.
This is one of those. This is like one of those moments of like a piece of score that doesn't come back at all in the rest of the trilogy, and it's one of my favorite right here.
This
Yeah.
little bit.
Shadowfax. Yes. And then I want you to look for it because it's super quick, but you'll see Legolas and Gimli bow in respect when Gandalf reveals who this horse is. It's super quick, so look for it. But they do like a nod of respect. Yeah,
That's so cute. I'm gonna cry.
it's great. And then the horse seat, I mean, it's so good.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Aww. That's so sweet.
Oh my gosh, they do. I never
Yeah,
noticed
it's really.
that.
Yeah, it's a super cool detail, and then it's obviously got the west fold there. But yeah, Two Towers. That's what I'm telling you. I just discovered it's like been my favorite recently because of stuff like that.
Yeah, I feel like the older I get, the more I love the Two Towers for some reason. Like when I was a kid, it was like Fellowship.
Yeah.
Then I went through a Return of the King phase, and now it's like solidly Two
Yeah.
Towers.
Guys, the thing is, they're all our favorites. Is
True.
Yeah,
it's all one movie.
Like,
yeah.
yeah, it's one.
Yeah,
movie.
it's hard to talk about them separately because they kind
Yeah,
of
it is.
they all bleed together.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch
so
Fellowship in the next few days.
Second Breakfast Club has a good question since we were talking about staffs. How does Gandalf get his staff back after being locked up by Saruman? He does not.
Not
He
that one.
actually has a different staff. The one that he uses with the little gem in Moria is different from the one that he has when he goes to Isengard. They are different. The first one has the pipe holder, and the second one has the place for the little light up gem thing. So there you go.
Light up gem thing.
Yep, I've got. They're both back here actually.
Of course,
They're
of course,
back.
you have them. You're like,
I
I
need to-
have right here.
I want to get a rod of all 5 wizards. They didn't make ones for the blues, obviously, but
Not yet.
I don't know if you can see, but there's a little. I got this big Sauron helmet back there. It's kind of dark,
Oh.
so you'd have to really squint.
Is
But
it a-
he's,
is it a
he's creeping
full-
on me back there. Yeah,
it a
you can take it
full-
off to wear it.
what? Okay, you have to
I
do
mean,
that before the end of the stream.
I will. I'm gonna fall over because it's super heavy, but it's, yeah, I'm gonna let it.
Start working those neck
I'll
muscles,
put it
man.
You
That's,
need to wear it for like 5 minutes a day just to strengthen yourself.
it's for the children.
That-
It's for the fundraiser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then when you have to wear it for real someday, like it'll be
Right.
Yeah.
Then you'll be strong. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's super cool because like the what it sits on is like his neck guard, so it looks like you just have the top part of Sauron just sitting on your.
Oh, nice. So it was really interesting. So when I interviewed John Rhys Davies, he seemed really like the thing that, at least this is how it came across to me, was like the thing that he, I won't say wished he could have done differently, but the thing that he felt like he didn't nail was Treebeard's voice. And like he said, he's trying to figure out how, this is a being that doesn't have like lungs, and shouldn't breathe and talk the exact same way. And he's like, I just don't know if it's right. And it was so interesting that and I was like, well, for what it's worth, I think it's fantastic. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't think of how it could have been done any better. Like,
Yeah.
to me, it sounds
Yeah.
perfect.
Especially not on like an actor part. Like if anything, that's like an audio engineer.
Yeah. Julian, thanks so much for the donation. We are now over $500, a quarter of the way
Nice.
to the goal. Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much.
I think I'm going to need to get going because I have a book club meeting
Okay, cool. Yeah.
in a little bit. So,
Sounds good.
yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. This is awesome.
I thought I heard your kids in the background because at first
Oh, yeah.
I
But
thought
they
it was
are.
my kids in the background, and I'm like, what are they doing?
No, those are my kids.
That's good. Okay, as long as it's your kids, we're good.
Good to talk
Really.
to you again, Caitlin.
Yeah,
Caitlin,
nice to talk to you guys.
Before you head out, tell people where they can find you.
Sure. You can find me at teawithtolkien.com. That's where all of the links are to everything. I'm on Twitter a lot. Like you said, I have a YouTube channel. I don't have a lot up there yet, but hopefully at some point something will happen with it. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining, Caitlin. We'll see you later.
Bye.
Now, since we're on this scene,
Yep.
because this is an extended scene as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
The Heir of Numenor.
Yeah. Oh, is that the chapter title?
Yeah.
Well, I don't. Yeah. But
I believe so. Yep.
and that's also
That's
like
cool.
that. The main line. That's one of my favorite parts. Is where I think it's they were talking about hope. I think just then I missed it. I was trying to make the point, and then I missed the point I was trying to make. And that was just that's the game we played.
Yeah,
when we watched.
he was saying. Well, he was saying that, don't regret your decision not to follow Frodo, and he was saying how, like, in Sauron's mind, the idea that they would seek to destroy the ring has not entered his darkest dreams.
Yeah, it's
And I love that
the whole
because
hubris. Yeah.
yeah, because he thinks he knows, and we see this throughout, going through all of Tolkien's books. He has this ability to manipulate people so well. And so, like, he has this overconfidence that he knows there is no way, this is going to get into the hands of men or whoever, and they're going to try to overthrow me.
Yep.
And
because that's what he would do.
Because and it's, I mean, he, to an extent, like, he knows the hubris of men, especially.
Okay, I got to make a point here.
Yeah.
This has bugged me for years.
Quick shout out to Alpha12380. Thank you for the $20 donation. And go, Keaton.
We do not see this Easterling soldier type again, because I don't think we do at all. And what's weird,
Return of the King, we do.
Do you see these foot soldiers though specifically fighting? Because on the Oliphants, that's Haradrim and their other guard.
Yeah,
I want to say they're inside of Minas Tirith at some point, but in like the background. Like you see them.
Really? I've never seen that.
Yeah, I'll have to,
because that's because what's funny about it is that they've appeared. You always see that Easterling type in like all the video game adaptations.
Yes, I was just thinking. I fight them in Return of the King.
Exactly, but in the movie, I have never seen them again after this one part.
Well, I found a picture. I'll tweet it at you.
Okay. Yeah, let me know. It bugged me for years. Please free me.
I also love this shot of like the Frodo's cloak, like when it looks like a stone.
Yeah.
It was one of those, when I first saw it, I was like, wait, what was that? What did I just see? What just happened? Easterling's got some guy liner on there too.
Yeah.
Just noticed. 4K, baby.
There's some like really cool runes I just noticed in their face mask I've never seen before.
It's amazing armor.
Oh my gosh, Yoyston, that's it. It's literally.
I know. It's crazy, right? Like,
I'm about to all caps retweet this.
You need to send it to me. I could screen share it.
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Because otherwise, people are gonna have to wait a year before we point it out in Return of the King.
That is true. All right, I sent it to you, the link.
That's marvelous. You're 100% right there. There they are.
Yep. Yeah, they're in the background, but.
Well, it was funny because I like in the Return of the King movie video game, you fight them. They're there in the turn-based RPG, The Third Age.
Mm-hmm.
You fight them there, like in Minas Tirith. In that game, you fight them all the way up into the throne room. Actually, it was yeah.
Oh,
so
yeah.
That's good to see. If you ever want to do a playthrough, Matt, that is a wild game lore-wise to go into.
There we go. So they do pop up. You can see
I've
their
literally
shield.
never seen this frame.
Yeah.
This is not the same movie. This is a fake movie. It's just AI generated.
Oh yeah, folks are saying they're super annoying to deal with in Battle for Middle Earth 1. They're also very annoying to deal with in the Return of the King game. You have to
Yes,
like
they are
go back
infinite.
and forth across the plain of
Yes.
Pelennor.
My gosh.
And they
yes, I
they're
remember
the
what he's
worst.
talking about. Oliphant's always got to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're a very good pike unit in the Battle for
Mhm.
Middle Earth games. Your horses will just instantly fold. I'm so glad. I'm hung up on that picture. I'm so glad you found it. Like that restored so much of my faith in this trilogy. That's what it hinged
glad,
on.
I'm
Was
glad.
that detail?
They're definitely, it's rare, but they're there for sure.
And here we have our Fellowship of the Ring book callback.
Yes.
Mhm.
I was just gonna bring that up with our Tom Bombadil moment. So I'm
And
curious
the,
what you guys thought with I think it's fairly recent news that like one of the things that that Christopher Tolkien did not like was the repurposing of lines.
Yeah, you brought this up
Which-
last year with some of the
Yeah,
monologues.
which
and
is
stuff. Yeah.
which is very interesting because that was something that I actually really enjoyed that they did.
Mhm.
Because
Sure.
I kind of look at it like, well, if you're gonna need to come up with some lines, why not borrow Tolkien to supplement Tolkien, you know?
Yeah, totally.
And at least they gave it to someone like it makes sense to
Yeah.
give
Yes,
some
yeah.
of Tom,
To give
like,
Treebeard, yeah.
Like of all characters, like at least you didn't give it to I don't know Legolas. I mean, even
yeah.
Legolas might make a little bit, but more so Treebeard
Yes.
is a really solid choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. At least it's used in like the same tone of character, the same vein.
Sure.
Right. Yeah.
And there's so many comparisons to be drawn between Tom Bombadil and Treebeard. Not only
Yeah.
that they're like the oldest
100%.
creatures in Middle Earth, but
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot. They're masters of their forest domains. They're very enigmatic. All of these sorts of things.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so this works in the context of these characters.
I love that we get the Ent draft in the extended here. Pippin's
Yeah.
just smile and shrug like, oh, I don't know what to tell you. I guess I'm taller now.
Old Man Willow. Here we go.
Yep.
You know, it's really interesting about like the idea of people if they ever went back and like filmed like for a super special edition of this release,
Mm-hmm.
if they ever went back, is that I mean, given that this Frodo is certainly not giving me the impression that he is, 50 years old.
No, not at all.
But the way I mean, everyone like I think especially the hobbits, like they still I think they could still hang pretty well with filming and such. So I would love to see them like
oh, you're
maybe
talking
one
like
day-
bring the original cast back
just
to like
maybe,
film stuff?
maybe just a couple of small moments, like 10-minute
Mm.
scenes, and like just give us like a glimpse of what an old forest scene would look like, or like at the end of the Scouring or something like with the hobbits,
Yeah.
just the hobbits. I don't know. You could do. I just think it'd be like a fun.
I feel
Yeah.
like there would be like you'd be surprised how different they would look from
Sure.
20 years ago. I mean, they would just look older,
Well,
even
that's
if
the thing is,
there's
like, I'm saying-
similar physique wise. But
Yeah.
I do think like it would be. I've made videos on this in the past.
Yeah.
That there should be a Lord of the Rings animated series.
Oh,
And
with the voice.
they could bring back some of the cast to do voice, which would
That would be
amazing.
awesome.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think Yeah, the thing I was harping on was just mainly that they still look like they could play the characters as they're written.
Mhm.
Like, you know,
Oh
they're-
yeah. Oh,
none
as
of
they're
them-
written. Yeah.
yeah,
absolutely.
like none of
Yeah.
them are. Yeah, like I think they.
Sorry,
still,
I thought you meant like as they look here.
Oh
and I'm
yeah,
like,
no, they don't.
I'm like,
look the
I
same.
mean, they still look good. They look good
Yeah.
for their age
But they
and
could just
everything.
be
I'm not.
different. Like they
Yeah.
could be more close to the original.
Yes.
I guess,
Okay.
or-
I got you. Absolutely.
yeah. I mean, you know, never say never, because with Miranda Otto coming back, that could open up a
True.
lot of doors.
Yeah.
So,
That is true.
I desperately want. So for War of the Rohirrim, for those of you who don't know, they said Miranda Otto is coming back as the narrator, and I really would love. They probably won't do this, but I would love if it was framed in a way that it was a live action Miranda Otto and
Ithilien, yeah,
and David Wenham,
yeah.
and they brought them both back, Faramir and Eowyn, and she was like reading the tale to her kids or something.
So good.
I would love
It's
that,
right
yeah.
there. It's right there.
It's right there. There's still time.
Yeah, you could add that in
People,
super late.
people making War of the Rohirrim. There's still time.
Listen, if they can put Darth Vader and Rogue One like the very, very end of production, you can do this.
We can. It would be so good. People be bawling their eyes out like 2 minutes into that film.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm looking for this bed arrangement that you were talking about.
So look at like the pillows and stuff when there's that shot. It's so messy, right? So it
Yeah.
could be that he was just sick and everything, but then of course Wormtongue, he's like, oh no, what happened?
Yeah, it is. Really...
Or that, or yeah, because you would expect someone who died in their sleep to be much more still about it.
Totally.
Like unless he had a thrashing episode
That's what I'm
right
thinking,
before,
yeah.
like unless he was just but again, if he was it's. Forgive me if I should know, but what is her necklace?
Ooh, that's a good question.
It just has this. It has what looks like a sapphire almost.
It's a necklace, Keaton.
Okay, well, so that's the one thing that's not a great detail.
This is another one of those like creepy moments with Wormtongue.
One of many.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't know. Like I always thought, like, what is going on in Eowyn's mind right here at this moment?
I think
Like
there's
leading up to that. Like, I think like
there might be that part of her that's just like almost ready to accept what he's saying, kind of like with what Gandalf tells Éomer in the book at the Houses of Healing, where it's like he's been wearing down her mind for years as well, not just Theoden's.
Yeah,
and she's almost just ready to be like, you're right. Like, there's no hope, and you're the best. You're my best option. Like, whatever. Yeah, I think almost despairing.
Yeah.
Still wondering if that banner tear is entirely practical or not.
And I've heard that like it's accidental too.
Yeah,
yeah, that's.
Oh, the accident. Yes,
So,
I think I've heard the accidental story.
I totally missed it, guys. But I learned recently that like the wide shot of Edoras is actually reversed. Oh, maybe is this it? No, it's not. It's the wider shot where it shows like the entire village and stuff. The smoke, if you look closely, the smoke is going into the chimneys.
Why?
And the flags are flying backwards. Like they're you can tell that it's reversed. So yeah, I think it was a couple shots ago. You know, this is what happens when you do a running commentary, though. You get distracted by other things. All right, we have one of our second shift, I guess you could say, guests. So we'll bring on Alan from the Prancing Pony podcast. Alan, thanks so much.
How y'all doing? Oh, it's my pleasure to be here. You kidding me? By the way, you were talking about one of the creepy moments with Wormtongue. I just have to say, are there really any non-creepy moments with Wormtongue?
Yeah, no, they're
Honestly.
bountiful.
Good to see you,
Yeah.
Alan.
Good to see you as well. Well, or to hear you, is the case.
Yeah,
may be.
yeah.
Yes, hello, Alan.
I noticed Katie in the chat changed her name to Katie of the Prancing Pony podcast. So, like,
Well,
as soon as you show up, she's like,
only as soon as I show up.
the
I
boss
see.
is here.
see.
I better
Yeah.
put on my
I put on my work
Prancing Pony
uniform.
face. Yeah. Oh.
This is not the walking stick you were looking for.
Yeah. I love the little side wink there.
I know. Like a sword fighter, huh? I'm looking at the comments right there. That's fair enough. I can take that.
I like how in that one shot he's not even using the walking stick.
No,
I think he
like,
keeps it down like that to shield it, to kind of stealth it. Is what
Yeah.
I've been told.
so it's not as apparent. Yeah.
Yeah. I
'Cause, like,
think
you
that's
gotta
something like
think-
samurai would do as well
Yeah.
with their swords if they were trying to hide it.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because you got to think if you're Hama, you're like, wait, whoa, whoa,
Yeah.
whoa.
He's not
Yeah.
even-
You just said.
I'm already geeking up for one of the coolest, like, I don't know, you call it like reverse or not, but the old Theoden,
Yeah.
Theoden to in good health Theoden shot is
Yes.
so crazy to me. And this movie was released 20 years ago.
20 years
so
ago.
remember
Pretty
that when you
amazing.
see it.
Yeah.
Balrog of Morgoth, I'm with you. I love Hama. He is my favorite of the lesser characters in the entire trilogy. He's just great.
And you totally missed the fact, like if you I didn't notice it till I put on subtitles one time. What that like the little kid at Helm's Deep is his son.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that totally went over my head for years.
Haleth, son of Hama.
Hearken to me. Such a good. I'm gonna start using that with my kids.
Hearken to me. You let me know how that works, man.
I was like, they're just gonna look at you.
They'll be like,
crazy.
"What?" Jacob brings up a good point. The small detail where Hama like holds his guards back,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and so it's just Wormtongue's loyalists that are attacking.
yeah. Wormtongue's lackeys. How
Yeah.
bad do you have to be if you're a lackey to that guy?
The lackey. You're
yeah,
like
honestly. Just like
You
the
have to be
absolute bottom of
gullible.
the barrel.
it's like
Yeah.
assistant to the regional manager.
Uh, as-
Eowyn's like, "Oh, hello."
Who's this guy?
You have a very strong grip. Oh my.
it's the classic Uno reverse card.
Yeah.
Reverse. This is so good.
I always used to giggle at the shot of Christopher Lee sliding across the floor.
Yeah,
No, we're gonna take that again.
and like
Sorry,
it's
Christopher,
one
we're
of
gonna
those
do it
things.
again.
It's like I know that's not how it works in the books,
At all.
but it is a great transition, and like symbolically, it is so freaking good.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how they really could have made that transition on film otherwise.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I like the book version better, but
Yeah.
Well, and even
how do
with
you
the
make
book
that
version,
cinematically?
it's so ambiguous as to what's really ailing Theoden. Is it a physical poison? Is it
It
like
sounds
mental?
more
Right.
like
Yeah,
poison in the form of like physical and words
yeah.
from Wormtongue with the instruction of Saruman. So like,
But
Yeah.
I feel like if you're making a movie, man, you just go
Yeah.
all out if it's not specific. You know, you're just like, oh, let's make this something big.
Well, and you got to make it visual. I mean, that's the thing.
Exactly.
It's why I have less issues with some of the changes in the adaptations.
Mm.
than maybe I did 10 years ago, right? I mean,
Right.
because the more you think about it, the more you realize, how do you tell some of these elements
How else do you do that?
in a visual way, right? And Fingers Titan, I absolutely agree. Bernard Hill, spectacular. Quite possibly after watching these again, arguably the best performance, really, consistent throughout.
Yeah,
I mean, Éomer has the moment, right? The moment he finds Éowyn on the field is just it just rips your heart out. But from top to bottom,
to celebrate the healing of Theoden, I'm going to donate for the healing of children. Let's get it.
Oh, very nice.
Nice.
Thank you, Yoyston.
Yeah.
That puts us up over $600. Thank you, everyone. We also had an anonymous donation come in for $50. Thank you so much, guys. That is awesome.
Trying to figure out how to change my audio on this on this mic. I think I'm blowing people's ears out.
Yeah, it sounds a little distorted. I think
you've got the
my input volume.
Yeah.
It's just the only problem is that also changes output. You're talking about this right here.
Or I don't know if you could if it bends further away or not.
Yeah, that's true too.
I will say the thing with Theoden, part of the amazingness of Theoden in the films is he steals a lot of Éomer's lines from the films.
That's absolutely true.
So I always like to stick up for Éomer. I'm like, guys, he has some of the best lines, and you already know them because Theoden steals them all in the movies.
Yeah.
It's absolutely true. Yeah.
Grima is really pleasant. He's a really pleasant fella.
Oh, yeah. Could you imagine the reaction? If someone you knew who wouldn't punch you, but would be so if they went out to shake your hand, you spit on their hand. Could you even imagine? It's someone's reaction to that. How do you react to that? Bliss Hughes, thank you so much for the $20 donation to St. Jude Children's Hospital.
This whole sequence with Theodred, it's probably the most real sequence in the whole trilogy, and I just can't imagine the pain,
Yeah. So I admit I get taken out by one line, and it's it's Theoden's line after because it's so non-Old English.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's because he shouldn't be saying no parent should have to bury their child. He should be saying no father should have to bury their son, because he's using words that are Latin in origin instead of Germanic in origin. I know that's word nerd Max stuff, but
interesting.
It's an Old English
those moments where it's if you were actually if you were actually grumpy about it, Alan, I'd be like, "Shut up, Alan." But,
I know. No, instead I was crying, and then later on it was like, "Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah,
you should be saying, you shouldn't be saying parent." That's
So
this is beautiful.
Absolutely.
I mean, just
another
powerful stuff. How many people have actually even watched the regular editions anymore? I don't think I've watched.
I don't.
And if you why,
Right.
Why?
I literally can no longer remember what's included in the extra versus the theatrical, because when have I watched the theatrical in the last 20 years?
So, before we get too far beyond Theodred here, I mentioned this in my unboxing. I just did an unboxing this week of Éowyn's sword, and her sword in the films is the twin of Theodred's. They are the exact same design.
Interesting.
Theodred's has a green leather to his handle, and the horses have some green. The horse heads on the hilt have some green paint, but they are otherwise the exact same design and everything. And I always thought that was a nice touch because of the way, especially Book Theoden views Éowyn. He got my favorite line is always "dearer than daughter" that he says in Return of the King. And so the idea that he would, not that Éomer's not special to him. Don't get me wrong.
Of course.
But the idea that this is his son's sword, and then Éowyn has the same one.
Oh, watching him cry is just.
I know it's. Oh,
I
Yeah.
can't. It's just so hard. Yeah.
and then we have
And Gandalf
Like a
says,
little-
just looked it up here. He was
Yeah.
strong in life. To the
Yes.
spirit of fun hall.
and then he says like a
Be-
little prayer kind of thing.
Yeah, be thou well, go thou Theodred, go thou.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
What's do how? Right. Sorry. Shouldn't laugh at the poor guy falling off the horse, but it's sort of funny.
He just hits the ground hard. Yeah.
I've had days
need-
like that, you know.
You needed something to release the tension from
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I
us,
really do.
us sobbing internally along with
I
Theoden.
know, seriously.
Yeah, I always say that Elrond is possibly my favorite Tolkien character, but then like every so often I'm like, well, but I really like Gandalf too. And then
Mhm. Yeah.
and right now I'm feeling like, man, I really like Theoden.
Yeah.
Elrond can be my favorite second age character. I can
There
say
you go.
There you go. Yeah.
That fits absolutely.
Let's divide it by ages. But man, Theoden, especially like if we're talking movies, like it's
Oh yeah, yeah.
Theoden. Oh my gosh, so good. That's one of the reasons why I have such a hard time landing on Fellowship as my favorite movie, because you don't get any Rohan, and I'm
Mm.
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
everything about Rohan is awesome. Like the people, the characters, the music.
The tricky thing, Genghis, about reaction channels always are often miss Eowyn is his niece, not daughter. Yeah, biologically his niece, but adopted daughter, right? I mean, she was
Yes.
7 years old. She was 7, and Eomer was 11 when their parents died.
Yeah.
So he brought them in then.
Yeah, I mean, Eomer is his heir, like for all intents and
Mhm.
purposes. Like he
Yeah.
essentially
He's his son, right? He's
adopts
adopted.
him. Yeah.
Well, and that's why in the book, right, like Grima was trying to lie and say he's power hungry. He's trying
Right.
to, it's like he is second in line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Theoden.
yeah. Yeah. So I love the fact that we don't see Gandalf again after this until the very end of the film.
It's
Yeah.
perfect.
It
'Cause
gives us
it-
the same tension that the characters would have. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like they could have, filmed a scene like Gandalf meeting up with Eomer and like, these, but it's unnecessary, like,
And in a way, it's kind of surprising they didn't, because they do intercut, right? I mean, when you read the books, it's book 3 and then it's book 4, right?
Yeah.
You don't move around as much, and instead you have that interlacing. The
Mhm.
films, obviously, for cinematic reasons, you have to stagger stuff. So they easily could have, but
Yeah.
I'm glad they didn't.
yeah, and that's also because they don't show any scene of Gandalf meeting up with Erkenbrand in the
Oh no, they don't.
in the
You're right.
book. So like,
That's all
so
off
it's
stage,
it's
yeah.
nice that they preserve that
Mhm.
that surprise catastrophe
true.
moment. Yeah.
Yep, 100%.
Oh, this is another great
Yeah.
ended scene.
This is the horse that Vigo actually took on as his own after the films, right?
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah,
Pretty cool.
that is.
I can't remember if he
in
did that
case
with
you're
more than one.
wondering what he says,
Mm.
so he says, "Fast, quiet now. Fast, quiet now. A battle is stirred up. They heard what is," and then he says, "What is your name?"
Mm. It's so well done.
It really is.
That horse deserves an Oscar, honestly. Like,
Now we need after we got the Andy Circus category, now we need the
Yeah.
yeah,
Animal
the Brago.
Best
People were
animal
asking,
in a
people were
dramatic
asking
adaptation.
earlier what the the most underrated actor was
Yeah.
Rhaego.
the horses.
I love this.
The horse-
Brago, so your name is Kingly, and that
Yeah.
actually is absolutely right, because I
Yeah.
don't know if you remember, Brago is a character from The Lord of the
Absolutely.
Rings. It's the was it the king or the son that went into the paths of the dead? I think that was
I think it was
the father. So Baldur was the one.
Hmm.
Baldur was the one who went into the paths of the dead and was found dead, by that door. His father Brago was the one who built Meduseld. He was the second king of the Mark right after Eorl the Young. So and it means king. It means ruler. Yeah. So it's really cool.
Yeah, Brago was Eorl's son, so he was the second.
Yeah,
king
second king of the Mark, and it was under his watch that Meduseld was completed. Yeah. And his son, the idiot, taking a drunken oath to go into the paths of the dead.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
A man.
An elf, a dwarf, and a man.
I know. And
into Edoras.
walked into a bar. I know, it's the setup for a joke.
I love that we get the ring of Barahir.
Yes.
Yeah, not really touched on again after this.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Such a great piece of history. Such another one of these, callbacks. I think that for those of us who've read the books, it's particularly impactful.
Mm-hmm. And I always thought, and it doesn't say this in the films, but the way Saruman says, so Gandalf thinks he's found Isildur's heir, it kind of makes it sound like Gandalf gave him that ring. Like, oh, you're Isildur, here, take this ring.
Oh.
But it does, that was just my first,
Mm.
pre-book reading interpretation of it. Obviously, we know that's not the case. That's an heirloom that he would have gotten from Elrond, actually.
Elrond would have given it to him when he came of age, along with the shards of Narsil, and I guess would that have been it at that point?
The scepter he withholds.
Yeah, the scepter he withholds. That's right.
Yeah.
Atma Prime, good point. I mean, I've been thinking about his lines from Dune this whole time. I keep waiting for him to go full Mentat on us, but I'd forgotten about the extra eyebrows.
It's another thing you can really appreciate in 4K is wow, he really has no eyebrows.
Yeah.
I always like that look that Eowyn has when this happens.
Ticked.
Yeah.
At first it's I'm like, oh, it's a look of shock. And then it's oh, now she looks mad. And
Yeah,
it's
she's really steamed.
Yeah.
Such a great line.
Yeah.
Too much of a gentleman.
True. You can tell that that's the first man who's actually taken her seriously.
Yeah. I say once again how amazing the costuming is.
Yeah.
On this, I mean, Theoden's stuff is so gorgeous, but all the Rohirrim.
No, it's funny that you think that, and then I hear the music. I was just about to say, oh my gosh, the music.
music.
The music is so good.
It's tough because the music for me, I mean, I've listened to the music probably 5 or 6 times more often than I've watched the movies. It's been a great, maybe more than that. It's kind of a work score for me, and I have to admit it's almost fallen behind in the background for me when I watch the films. I forget unless I'm really turning it up.
Yeah.
Which, since this is a live stream, I'm not doing.
Eowyn's Pride, which is a very appropriate username, by the way, for this topic. She says it's a numbness. We're talking about Eowyn. It's a numbness. She's ready to die since everyone else has, and that's a thing that happens a lot with these Rohan characters. Is like they see doom, like there's death all around them. You know, like the death chant for the films, it's Theoden. For the books, it's Éomer. But like, there's this, you know, they just go into this mode of like, well, I'm going out, you know, like this is how it's gonna end, and I'm gonna go out, you know, in glory, kind of thing.
It's very much that Anglo-Saxon northern warrior ethos, you know, the sort of Beowulf. I mean, you could see all of Tolkien's influences there, really, really strongly in Rohan in that particular aspect. Yeah, very Norse thing.
The way I don't know. I always chuckle a little bit when Frodo just like snaps at him.
Just
like,
totally cracks.
Gosh,
dude, chill, man.
It's like we're just having a conversation, man. And then he does it again, where it's like, where he seems like okay, he's a little bit more chill, and he snaps at him again.
He's just hungry.
What do you know about it?
Have a Snickers, Frodo. Get out
have
yourself.
a Snickers, exactly.
We need to see Frodo as Gollum. And then Sam hands him a Snickers.
Yeah. Yeah, Vince, that's a great point. Frodo's true. Yeah, I have to believe he can come back. Like he knows he's on this same trajectory, and like they're still so far away. Like if he has any hope for himself, he's got to be able to see it in Gollum too.
Oh, and then this scene. So powerful.
So little done with the camera too, which I appreciate.
Yeah. They really made it into a dialogue. Like,
yes,
it's shot like a dialogue.
Yes, right here where they start cutting with the angles, the dilated pupils for Gollum, or for Smeagol. Man.
You're a liar and a thief.
Dang, man, you got that down.
I was wondering why my volume was suddenly like louder.
You're just gonna have to dub it at some point.
That's awesome, man.
That should be your next like charity solo, like I don't know, not like a world record live stream, but it's just you speaking over the entirety.
Like people I should do every character in Gollum voice.
Just like watching it live with a clock.
I want to hear you do Galadriel's gifts in Gollum's voice.
And to you, ring bearer. And to you, Frodo Baggins, I give you the light of Arundel, our most beloved star.
Jesus.
That's great.
I'm surprised you were able to handle like the more, intense Tolkien words.
Yeah, honestly.
Vince, I do too. I feel bad for Smeagol, not so much for Gollum. I just got to watch this for the first time with my son, who's 10, so it's about the right time.
Nice. Yeah.
And I'll tell you, that was the interesting thing, was to watch the progression of how he felt about Gollum.
Yeah.
And to understand it was really interesting to watch that whole thing. Poor guy couldn't spoil anything. So when it took us probably like 12 sessions, about an hour each to watch the extended editions. And I think there was probably 3 sessions between Gandalf's death and reappearance. And the poor guy, the whole time I couldn't tell him that Gandalf lived.
Right. Yeah. All right. A couple shout outs. Merlin Merrowwind. Thank you so much for the $5 donation to St. Jude Children's Hospital. JT Shields 86. Thank you so much. You guys are rocking it. We are well over $600, over $650 actually right now. So we are doing great. And
awesome.
we're almost getting to the disc break here, fellas.
Yep.
We'll have some more prize announcements coming up at the break.
You'll have to let me know when that happens because I actually merged these files with Handbrake into a single.
Oh, nice. Okay.
So there's no break for me. It just segues right into the next.
Gotcha.
Next
It's
disc.
right. So for those of you who are watching straight, it is right after Faramir turns over the Easterling.
Yeah, that's right.
And he says, "War will make corpses of us all."
That's right.
And then they throw the hoods. They throw the hoods over Sam and Frodo's heads and cut to black.
Carry him off. Yep.
Oh, not a bad cut.
Oh, Jen, what did he say when Gandalf came back? He was just thrilled to pieces. Yeah, he was very, very happy. Mr. IP. Yes, I merged the digital copies of the discs that I own. Sorry to disappoint you, Katie. I'm not pirating anything. Yes, I had to make MKV to actually make digital files from the Blu-ray.
Change it from Alan Man of the West to Alan Corsair of Umbar.
Corsair of Umbar.
For all this
sailing in the Pirate Bay, man.
Amy Hill, thank you so much for the $20 donation to St. Jude Children's Hospital.
That's awesome. Question, Matt, I must be missing, maybe I'm not on the right page to see where those are coming in. Is that something that I'm able to see?
There should be a comment section.
I'm on StreamYard still. Is that? Oh, do I need to be on the YouTube page instead?
Yes, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I've got both up.
Gotcha. I'll find it.
Oh, I thought there was a separate tab for private chat versus comments. My bad.
There is, but I'm under the comments chat, and those just don't show.
Oh, the super chat, the donations do not show in the chat.
Right.
You can see all the chat, but not the donations. Sorry.
Oh, that's weird.
It's an oliphant.
Okay. Oh, I see. And the YouTube page is actually significantly delayed too.
Yeah, there's a little bit of.
It's one thing I love with the Hobbits is that they see through the warfare of it all, and they just are amazed.
They still have
by,
that sense of wonder.
Yeah.
See, this is the point where I would be like, all right, we're getting out of here.
Yeah, we're out.
But that's movie characters for you. You know, they wait.
True.
We'll always wait a little too long. Definitely when this elephant starts heading my way.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when Smeagol leaves. He's got the best survival sense.
Right, yeah.
Like, we'll stay.
That's a good point. I'm so glad that wasn't where they decided to put the Wilhelm screen.
Yeah. Isaac Hall, thanks so much for the donation. Andrew Carlisle brought up a good point. So I did a video on War of the Rohirrim, like what the background is for that upcoming movie. And, we saw the concept art for that where it showed a Mumik at Edoras. And I made the point that like that movie could tie so well into these movies because whatever happens in that, those are the stories that these Rohirrim we know from these movies are raised on. So like imagining the havoc that one Mumik would bring to Edoras. So when Return of the King comes and Theoden sees this line of Mumikil and his face just drops, you know he knows exactly, how bad this is.
Fingers tightened. That is great. There's a driver called Oliphant. Oliphant's making a charge through the field. Vince, I believe April 2024.
All right.
Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Nerd of the Rings.
Yes, 2024, April 2024, I believe.
Yep.
Bind their hands and
get ready to cut.
Bam.
There we go. Boom.
That is
all right. I paused.
Break. All right. Perfect. So that is one half of the way. We've got some prizes. I'm going to pull up our prize winners here. and reset my stopwatch. So, Alan, we had this question earlier, so this might be a good chance while I'm getting this set up. Someone asked what from the Two Towers, if we could change one thing about the adaptation of the Two Towers, what would it be?
That would, for me, it would be the Faramir arc.
Okay.
I really,
that was very popular.
He's my favorite character in the books, and I was gutted to see him say, "We're going to take the ring to Minas Tirith." It just, I understand cinematically, but I don't think it was necessary.
They even gave him they even gave him the Sam internal monologue just then about the Haradrim, and he's still. He's still just
and I get it. They dug themselves the hole about men being super weak, and they just kept pounding that point over and over and over again. And so you can't, from their perspective, you can't then suddenly have Faramir show up and go, "I wouldn't touch this thing if it were on the side of the road, and I alone could save Minas Tirith." Blah blah blah.
It's like maybe this guy should be king.
Right, exactly. I mean, he's almost too noble in that case, and especially because once again, even Aragorn isn't as strong in the films as he is in the books. So again, you can't have Faramir, movie Faramir be stronger than movie Aragorn.
That's true. That's a good
fair.
point.
So I mean, I get it. I get why they did it, but it doesn't make it any easier to accept.
Absolutely.
All right.
He does still get some of those best lines, though. He just gets later.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad they did that.
People still like Faramir in the movie is still absolutely lovable. Which
100%.
As a character, he's fantastic. So
he is.
I'm glad that they maintained that goodness about him and that you really, really root for the guy. And then when him and Éowyn get together, it's like, yes, like how perfect is that?
I want the extended edition though, the one that actually has him talking to her and saying the lines that he says in not really House of Healing, but in
I always bring it up, the 1981 radio drama. It has it, and it's wonderful.
The BBC radio drama is the best adaptation. Full stop.
It really is. Yeah. All right, I'm going to announce some winners here real quick.
Oh, the One Ring.
So,
love that game.
Yes. So I've actually got one lucky winner will get the starter set and the actual guidebook of the One Ring RPG. This is the new edition that just came out earlier this year from Free League Publishing. And the winner there is Tim Obert. So congratulations, Tim. And I'll get our next prize up here. Just a quick status. We are at $700 of our $2,000 goal for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated. If you're joining late, the little heart hands logo there by the chat is how you do that if you care to donate. Fall of Numenor. The new Fall of Numenor book goes to Axta, I think. That's a username, I think. So Axta wins a copy of the brand new Fall of Numenor book, which has become a new favorite of mine. I've gushed about this book because
it's fantastic.
It's got amazing art, but the fact that all of the Second Age stuff is right here, instead of being like, no, wait, do I need to go to Unfinished Tales, or is that Silmarillion, or no more of that. Now I just grab Fall of Numenor.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Well, before we check on the second half, I will have to depart for the Slug of the Journey.
All right. Well, thanks so much for joining, Keaton.
Thank you for having me.
Good to talk to you, Keaton.
Yes.
And
good
as
seeing
you
you,
sign
man.
off, tell people where they can find you.
Yes, right here. This at Keaton is my Twitter handle, and then, but most importantly, I will emphasize you can find Matt and myself at Nerds Strike Back here on YouTube for all Star Wars content. So
that's right.
Thank you. See you guys.
All right. See you, Keaton.
See ya. Take care, Keaton.
All right, guys. So we're going to start with part 2 of the second edition, or the second disc. Or part 2 of the extended edition, however you may be tuning in. So the top timer, if you're operating on discs, the top timer will be your disc 2. Overall time on the bottom there will be if you're doing this streaming or you are watching the extended edition in one single video format. After part 2 here, so as soon as the movie is over, we will announce the remaining 3 winners. I still have 2 keyboards that will be given away. This is the dwarvish one. We also have the elvish one, so folks will get their choice. And I have, this is the granddaddy of them all. This is an authentic Gandalf hat from the folks at Stansborough who made the actual Gandalf hat used for the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit films. This is made exactly like Sir Ian McKellen's.
Looks like I'm going to have to log out, create a user ID, and submit for the contest, because I suspect I'm ineligible as I currently stand.
So I'm just going to watch this. I'm just going to.
That is fantastic, man. That is awesome. Absolutely fantastic.
And I will say, I have one of like the cheaper ones that you can get from various online places and whatnot. And this thing is so much better quality. It is insane.
Somehow Alan will have like the hat on just for all of his future podcasts.
Right?
It's like, how did he get that?
It's like nice and thick. It's made out of wool. So it's like handmade out of wool. It's crazy.
Man, that is fantastic.
Crazy.
What a cool hat.
I did a whole unboxing video on it. So if you guys are interested in like a really up close look at it, I did an unboxing. But for now, let's get rolling on part 2 of the film. So I'll give us a 5-second countdown here and we'll get rolling. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
All right. And we're rolling.
Oh, this is all about the dwarf women. Yes.
See, it is interesting. I absolutely love these additional scenes, but you can tell that they had to add them for like timing and pacing of the larger story because they weren't going to do Shelob's Lair, because they weren't going to do Voice of Saruman.
Yeah.
So the dwarf women part was not in the theatrical? Is that what you're saying, Yoyston?
It might have been, but what I'm thinking is like the I'm 87 scene from all these scenes. I can't remember if this one's. I've only seen the theatrical like once. It's always been extended for me. So that's a good question.
Yeah, because I thought the dwarf women thing was actually in the theatrical, if I recall correctly.
I think it might have been.
But even in the theatrical, right? The fact that we don't get Shelob's Lair and so forth, this is how you do filler in a good sense, I think. It's expanding character, motivation, and depth.
Yeah. Question: did you guys have either of you listened to the Tom Shippey talk from script to screen or something like that, or from book to script? The one where okay. I'll have to get you a link. It's an absolutely fantastic talk about adaptation. He recorded it way back in the day, but he talks about people like possibly me who criticize the little details. I don't. Not really. I'm not like that. But he talks about the 87 thing because of course he's not 87. He's 88.
By like one day or whatever.
Yeah, because this is March. I think this is like March 8th, and he was like a week ago would have been his birthday.
Right. Yeah. March 1st.
March
1st.
I think if we're really getting into the details, this has to be March 2nd or 3rd, because I remember the Battle of Helm's Deep is the night of the 3rd going to the 4th, right? So
yes.
It had to have been like today or yesterday was his birthday.
Yeah. But that talk, by the way, is maybe one of the most fantastic things ever. I'm going to see if I can find you a link just so I can share that.
That's awesome. Super cool.
Yeah, it's called Tolkien Book to Jackson Script, the Medium and the Message. He also included this as an essay in Roots and Branches, that collection of essays that he has. But I don't know that I can actually leave a comment. Oh, okay, I can on YouTube. All right, here we go. Don't overload this, everybody. It's just a college that'll. I wonder why there's 500 people jumping on their website now. But it's where he does the whole thing, as Katie just mentions, about the canons of narrative art. So it's the whole concept of adaptation. He talks about the Zimmerman letter and all of that. It's great stuff. Like my heart.
I kind of forget that they brought Arwen into this part here.
Yeah. Well, she's a major character, and to have her not show up in the second film,
Right? Yeah,
it
would be bizarre if she wasn't. Like, so from that aspect, I kind of understand the thinking behind bringing her to Helm's Deep, but I'm glad that they didn't.
Yeah,
because I think that would have been. Yeah, it would have been, because then it's like, okay, so is she at Pelennor Fields then? She go back home? Like, she's like, no, I helped you at Helm's Deep. I'm good.
exactly.
I'll go back home now.
All right, I just sent Katie that link because apparently it didn't go through, so she's going to post it since. There we go. It was a gift. Keep it. The shade. You're right, Rada. That was very like, it's a gift. Keep it.
So I was reminded recently, and this is the wrong movie, I know, but it made me laugh with
like that matters.
In Return of the King, how Liv Tyler said she was like they were gonna have her kiss Viggo's body double,
yeah.
and she was like, no.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Like, she wanted to kiss Viggo. Just hilarious.
And then they
That
put
is
him
funny.
back in his armor and makeup.
Yeah,
and
like
whatever it
brought
was
him
and
back
made sure
just
brought
to
him
like
back.
film that scene.
I'm sure he complained vigorously.
Oh yeah.
I want hazard pay for that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. The way he's touching her ears totally puts me in a Star Trek Ferengi Umlach sort of thing. Tell me I'm not the only one who it's like terrified
I'm not
by
a
that.
Star Trek person, so I have no idea what you're talking
Okay,
about.
Star Trek DS9, the Ferengi, we learn about some weird. Their ears are very sensitive, and there's I think it was called
see.
umlauts or umlauts or something like that. And
I think that's a punctuation.
no, that's umlaut. Yes, that's
Oh,
the
yeah.
double dots over an O in German.
Look at that stink eye that Aragorn's giving it.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who are you to mess around with my girl?
See, so this is a thing, a change from the books that I'm kind of
Yes.
like I like
shit.
that in the books that Elrond is like okay with it, but he's like,
I
mean,
will not give my daughter to anybody less than the King of the United Kingdoms
Yeah,
of
right.
Gondor
yeah.
and Arnor.
like
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. There are
I mean, he
conditions.
sets the bar high,
Exactly.
yes.
Yeah.
Like the test is big.
It's
but-
not
Oh,
quite
yeah.
take a Silmaril from Morgoth's
True,
crown,
yes.
but it's not far.
right.
Yeah, he's like, dude, I'm so much nicer than Thingol. It could have been way
Right.
worse. Just tell me. Like, let me tell you.
But I mean, but you look at it because it's like if Aragorn doesn't accomplish that, then everyone in Middle Earth is screwed. So she
Yeah.
might as well go to Valinor, you know?
Yeah,
That's true.
exactly.
So like it, but and again, like that's part of the reason I love Elrond as a character is because he experiences so much loss throughout his life, and the fact that
Yeah.
when it comes to his daughter choosing mortality, he's
Yeah.
like, okay, like you're gonna have to do this crazy task, but
Yeah.
okay, like
Yeah.
you know, the almost movie Elrond is actually more what you would expect a actual father to be like
True.
no, how about no? Okay,
How
Aragorn.
about no?
Yeah. Well, and that trial makes Aragorn. It's almost like we don't see much of it except for the bits with Thorongil, but it's pretty much like an off page, off book training montage where he becomes the hardiest of living men just to accomplish that goal. So he gets after it. We appreciate it.
Yeah, it is tough because I struggle with a little bit. You talked about changes in the film. Which one would we change? I have to almost say, outside of the Faramir one, because it's too obvious. I miss the Grey Company. I want the Grey Company to show up, and I want them to be the one.
Well, that'd be Return of the King, though.
Well, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
that's fair. Yeah, I just
so I mean,
it's part of that Elrond thread, right? This idea that in the books, of
he's
course,
not
Elrond
forsaken him. Yeah,
Elrond
like
gives him the reforged sword. Oh, poor Hama. He did not deserve that.
Yeah.
Nazgul Dukat.
No, that's a great because his sons go with the Grey Company,
Elladan and Elrohir.
And Arwen delivers the. Arwen sends the standard
banner,
Halbarad, and the reminder of the paths of the dead. So I get that they had to send, that they wanted to send Elrond in person.
Yeah.
I'm not huge on the idea that Arwen is dying.
Yeah, that I did not understand at all.
I forget about it pretty quickly afterwards. Because it's the stakes are already there. I felt like
that's the thing. It's an unnecessary peril. They didn't need to add that to put more weight on the story.
Right. I could see for casuals or for folks who are, if you're coming to Lord of the Rings for if the love story is the thing that you're, most interested in, if that's how you get,
that's true. That's fair.
Yeah.
Someone interested, then reminding them oh, the love of my life's life is at stake. It's okay, well, but everyone's is.
I mean, that's the thing.
Everyone's life is at stake, Elrond.
Exactly. The whole stinking world, man.
Yeah, I'm
she
trying
doesn't
to think
have
of
a mithril ring, so she will die.
I'm trying to think of a good I'm trying to steel man the argument for Arwen for that story element, but it is definitely a weaker aspect, not needed.
Oh, this Isengard music.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still don't understand why.
Jed, right? That's Jed Brophy, isn't it?
Oh, was it?
I feel like half of them are Jed.
Well, I mean,
half of them are
I know.
Jed, you're right.
Yeah, I can't remember the orc's name, but there is an orc. He's
the one that one that ends up riding Aragorn
take a little
off the cliff,
tumble
right?
off the cliff. Yeah,
exactly.
Yep.
Snaga, I think.
So I think Snaga is the one that gets his head chopped off.
Yeah, that's right.
Why can't we have some mates?
Why can't we have some meats? What about their legs? They don't need those.
Yeah. Red shirt. I mean,
That's true.
Keep it with the Star Trek theme.
And this is Gimli's world, and we're all just living in it.
Seriously.
He's the protagonist.
Dude is benching so much weight there, though.
Seriously.
Man.
Sharku.
I've been working hard. I don't think I'm keeping up with him.
Sharku is the name of the orc.
Is it?
Sharku.
That's interesting. Isn't that the name that the orcs gave Saruman?
Gave to Saruman.
Sharky.
Yep.
Sharky.
Right, but it came from Sharku.
Oh, yeah.
They don't call him Sharky. It's they
Right.
call him Sharku. The men call him Sharky.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it says Sharku is.
But they do lift the names from all over the place. I mean, like we talked about with Brago, for instance.
Well, and the mom who sends her kids to Edoras is Morwen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a Children of Hurin one, which I'm a huge fan
Or
of.
also a reference to Denethor's wife's name. It wasn't.
True.
Or no.
No, hers was
No,
Finduilas.
that's Finduilas. There is another Morwen in Lord of the Rings, but I don't
Morwen
remember.
Steelsheen, is that her name? Theoden's mother, right?
Theoden's mother, yeah.
Yes,
That's who
right.
it is.
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, I
So
mean, I knew
that's-
there was
yeah,
one. I
that's
just couldn't
cool.
remember who it was.
It makes more sense as a inspiration. And they probably,
Yeah.
that's probably where they got the rights from.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Definitely not
Well, so
Children of
there's-
Hurin.
Yeah, they're
No.
not. I still would give just about anything for a Children of Hurin film adaptation.
Mm,
Oh
yes.
yeah, absolutely.
I mean, it
So
would
good.
have to be rated R or
Yeah.
NC-17
Yeah,
for that
absolutely.
matter. Yeah.
Now I will
There
say
he
this
is.
isn't necessarily like
Yeah.
a
Chad, what's up?
criticism. It depends on the person, I suppose, and on the viewer. But I think the Two Towers is the most like Hollywood of the three. I would argue is the most
Mm.
Hollywood. Like
Yeah.
you do see some tropes and stuff. Aragorn
Yeah,
going
you
off
do.
a cliff, surviving that, things like that.
Arwen
It-
appearing in a vision and all of that.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like the most almost original on behalf of the writers and most away from Tolkien's works. But again, that's not necessarily a criticism.
I was going to say because it still has the right themes from
Mhm.
Tolkien's
Yeah.
works. But you're right
Absolutely.
with all the changes, like the
Yeah.
fact that the whole idea of sending the civilians to Helm's Deep, where's that, right? And
Totally.
you know,
Totally.
obviously, we
Yeah.
can talk about the elves at Helm's Deep too, but
Yeah.
from a cinematic perspective, yeah, you're right. That's definitely
Yeah.
very Hollywood.
Yeah, that's something like a lot of like even people who've read the books kind of I think forget that like Eowyn wasn't at Helm's Deep.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. And in fact, like Helm's Deep, yeah, it definitely wasn't even their first option to go. It was
No.
just
Right.
like, oh crap! Here comes the army. Let's
Yeah.
Right,
go
let's
this
go.
way.
Yeah,
Let's
this
go
whole
to the key.
yeah, you're right. This whole idea, book
Clearing out the civilians
book
and
Theoden is much more timid in the beginning, which it does give him it gives him an arc,
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
by the time of Pelennor Fields, he's all in.
Yeah.
Whereas here he's more understandably
Yeah.
and like that's the beauty of it is like it's understandable why he would be hesitant.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But yeah, the idea that in the books he's like immediately he gets cured and he's like, all right, so we're going to war. Let's do this.
Mhm.
Let's go attack Saruman. He's a
Yeah.
jerk.
Fingers of Titan. I didn't hear about the possibility of Cavill going to Rings of Power. I've heard him doing a Warhammer project, which excites the
He
heck
is.
out of me.
He is doing
Yeah.
a Warhammer. They've
Yeah.
officially announced it.
Yeah, I'm a big Warhammer. I mean, I like Warhammer 40K because I don't have time for both. That would be fun to just sit around and do nothing but play Warhammer. But
I do. I did post. I posted like a poll or something. I can't remember, but I put out there. I was like, oh, I bet maybe trying to think like if Henry Cavill was in Middle Earth, who would he play? And my initial reaction was like a man because he seems like so big and tough. But I also think he could be a pretty cool Glorfindel.
Oh, yeah.
Interesting.
That's
especially
one.
first stage Glorfindel, if we
Yeah.
got to see him fighting the
Can you imagine?
Balrog.
Yeah, he could.
Oh.
I mean, he's fought
I
all
would-
kinds of beasts in Witcher.
Yeah.
He can
I
fight
honestly would
them.
love to see his take. Like, I think he could do an older Turin pretty well,
Mm.
like a Turambar version of Turin.
Mhm.
And I think this might be out
I
there.
was gonna say,
but
he doesn't get that old though.
He
Spoiler
doesn't.
alert,
I think he
folks.
does at like 30. He does like 32, but
Yeah.
Henry Cavill could pass
Yeah.
as like or 32, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we don't need him to play 8-year-old Hurin who goes
No.
into
Totally.
exile or anything, So
Totally. I would also love to see his take on a Feanor. Just
Mm,
hyper aggressive,
Feanor.
hyper masculine, just this like,
yeah.
dark and evil. Yeah.
Heck, Balrog of Morgoth, I would just take a Fall of Gondolin completion. I just want the rest of the story,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, honestly.
That is one thing. Like, I admire Christopher a lot for not like for
trying to
his
fill in the blanks.
hesitancy. Yeah, for
Yes.
he was very, very hesitant to fill in any blanks on his
Well, I
own.
think after some of the choices in the Silmarillion that he reflected on in History of Middle Earth,
Yeah.
I think that was sort of his, once bitten, twice shy. I think he felt
Yeah,
very hesitant to fill in any blanks after that.
Right.
Yeah.
It's almost like one of those things where it's like, but I wish he would have done it, like, because
Oh, I know.
it's in part because he was so hesitant that I feel like he was the person that I would have wanted to do it, you know, because you know that he would take just an abundance of care in doing such a thing. But I would have
Correct.
loved to see him
Yeah.
flush out Baron and Luthien and Fall of
Oh,
Fall
I
of
know.
Gondolin.
Fall of Gondolin. Yeah.
I remember seeing this shot. I freaking love this shot.
That was a breathtaking shot. Yeah.
It is.
And do you notice the
This is when they
tear?
first used Massive, wasn't it? When Weta first used that software.
Oh.
So this is something I didn't notice for a long time, that that Worm Tongue, there's a tear that falls.
Yes.
And it's like you get that
There's
glimpse.
regrets.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's real regret.
Like that there's you know, he knows that he's like, because of his actions, that the realm that he's from is going to be slaughtered.
Yeah.
Right here it is. There we go.
Yeah.
And someone earlier
There
in
it
the
is.
chat asked about whether Grima would be redeemable.
Hmm.
And I think he absolutely could have been.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, Tolkien talked about even Smeagol being redeemable.
Yeah.
All the way right up until that moment that Sam kind of ruined it, you know?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
when he
where
was
reaches-
pawing at Frodo. Yeah.
Yeah.
But man, yeah, if he's redeemable, then certainly Grima would have been.
Absolutely.
And in the book, obviously, well, even in the film, they gave him a chance to do that, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Theoden says it in the films, and Frodo in the books.
Yeah. You need not follow him.
Yeah. I was thinking, even if Theoden giving him so many chances, you know, I'm going to be riding forth. You want to ride with me? Come on, let's
Right.
keep doing
Yeah.
this.
In the book. Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
That's, here's your chance, man. Man up. It's the new spa treatment. Just lay in a river till a horse comes and wakes you up.
Yeah.
I love the swap out here. Like, you get swapped out Arwen for a horse.
He's
so
dreaming
good.
of kissing Arwen.
Yeah. And then like, I love that they name dropped the
That's the worst.
Valar too.
Yes, I
Grace
did
of the
too.
Valar protect you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why.
remember-
Like, in my mind, there's like I forget about these couple in shots in between, like Brago coming up and
Yeah.
sniffing all over his face. But like in my mind, it goes from
Arwen to the horse.
to the
Same.
horse, and I'm like,
Yeah.
that would have not set the correct tone for the scene.
No. I'm sure they thought about it though. They'd be like,
I'm sure that would
maybe.
be a very Hollywood thing to do nowadays, though. Like
Yeah.
to undercut the drama
The
with
tension.
humor
Yep.
like that. Yeah.
Ah, what a great scene here, having the horse, kneel and lie
Yeah.
down so he can get on, and
Mhm.
it's beautiful.
Horses, I'm telling you, they're the most underrated actors in the series.
Mhm.
Honestly.
There you go. That's our new answer.
There you go.
See, I wonder what the chances are, like if that happened in real life, that you would wake up to the horse like chewing on your nose or something.
Oh yeah, he already thinks you're dead, and he's like, I'm
Yeah,
kind of
just
hungry.
What kind of horses are you hanging out with? You wasting the have this
Oh, your
Seriously.
horses aren't like
this
that.
hunger
Yeah.
for meat?
Right?
Jeez.
Carnivorous horses, man. What?
Yeah. Now, what gets me about these scenes is like all of the background imagery. I want to say after Elrond turns around here, there's a portrait of the two trees or something behind him, or like
Oh.
the sun and the moon. It's just wild. It's always
Yeah.
just always in the background. Yeah. Maybe that's in Return of the King, but I can't remember.
Tome Raider, thanks so much for the $10 donation to St. Jude Children's Hospital. Oh, and these scenes.
Mm-hmm.
I love
Yeah.
this.
Stuff right out of the
It's like-
appendix.
yeah, right out of
Mhm.
the appendices that we get in the form of this vision.
And even the lines too,
Yeah.
right out of it.
Yes.
An image of the splendor of the kings of. I mean, just
Undimmed before the breaking of the world is like
so spot on.
Yeah.
It is.
And like it's fun because you know folks who haven't read the books or read the appendices, like they don't realize like I guess he kind of gives the indication, but this is what happens. Like
Yeah.
this isn't some, you know, usually in films this is like what is they're
The
hoping
worst
to
case.
avoid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like no, this will happen. This is
history.
Like,
this is already written.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
I always
like he's telling her this is best case scenario for you.
True.
Right now.
Yeah.
And I always picture her walking through the forest as her going to her grave. And
Exactly.
Lothlorien.
I mean,
Yeah,
I almost wish
what it
they'd
is.
shot that in
Oh,
Lothlorien though, with the
there's the
Mallards
two
on Karen
trees.
Amaroth. I missed it. Oh, there it is. Yep. Very cool.
Yeah.
I'm just a couple seconds behind you, apparently. That is such a that camera shot right there, where it looked like they were zoomed in and on a different angle, like her face changed shape. They did this odd thing with the focal length of the lens, I'm thinking, but
I always like it
was
always
so
blew my
odd.
mind, like the tremor in her lips as
Yes.
she like gasped. Like that part always like I always like hold my breath at that point.
Yeah.
Adar.
I know. I was thinking the same thing.
So the whole thing,
Been recast.
like, okay, so in Return of the King, I don't know if you guys remember this from the original Return of the King trailer. There is a shot where Elrond is walking away from Arwen and he says, "You gave away your life's grace. I cannot protect you anymore."
Yeah.
Do you guys remember that from the trailer?
I do vaguely, yeah.
So like I think the idea, because right now it's kind of this odd dynamic, because like right now like it looks like she's going to the west and stuff, but I wonder if that's part of the reason it got cut is because her giving away her life's grace was something that happened in Fellowship to like save Frodo. I think that might have been where that came from.
Oh,
Interesting.
Because she says, "What grace is given me, let it pass to him."
yeah.
That's a good catch.
So I think that's but they decided maybe in Two Towers to like leave the door open for her to sail west, and then for whatever reason, like it's too late for her by the time she comes back.
I love this nod to Osanwe. You know, I mean, I know it's not the only example of that.
Yes, yeah,
but that's exactly what that is.
it is.
You know?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
had to explain. My son was like, "Is that real? Can they just talk?" Yes, actually, they can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
know?
for those of you who don't know, the Osanwe is what Elrond and Galadriel are doing there, like
It's
this
essentially telepathy,
exchange of thought.
exchange of
thing.
thought.
Yeah.
You know, over a distance. All minds. You know, in theory, everybody can do it, right? Men can do it too, but they don't practice it, so they're not, good at it.
Well, they don't have like thousands of years to practice.
Yeah,
So
true.
they
They're
got
not of
other
the
stuff
wise.
going on. I remember again going back to like first watching these, and Galadriel says the quest will claim his life. I'm like, spoiler alert, much
Seriously?
Galadriel, what the crap? And so then I like immediately tore through the books. I'm like, wait, is he really gonna die? Oh my gosh.
That's true, Nile. They don't have the rings. Those rings certainly enhance that connection.
It's like a Wi-Fi extender.
Yeah, it really is. It's
Signal
like just
boost.
carrying a cell tower with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good point, Genghis. Like, can they actually handle crosstalk, or do they have to say over? Thank you, Galadriel.
There's
You know,
a
over and out.
Well, they practice that in person. If I'm not mistaken, they practice that in Regin on their way home, like from Isengard after the quest.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say the rest of the wise are just like sitting there in a circle in Regin,
Yes.
and they're just like telepathy talking. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
mm.
yeah. In many
Return of the King.
partings.
Yeah.
So real quick, I wanted to give a update. We are now at $865 so far donated to St. Jude Children's Hospital. Thank you so much to everyone who has donated.
Awesome.
Very, very cool. And for those who might have tuned in late, the watch party here, we've got Alan from Prancing Pony Podcast and Yoyston from Men of the West. And yeah, we're doing a fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Hospital. So if you'd like, excuse me, if you'd like, you can donate with that little hands making a heart shape kind of symbol in the chat there. So I can't believe we didn't even bring up they're taking the hobbits to Isengard, like the song.
Oh, you're so right.
Because that part just made me think there's a clip of like Faramir is bad at geography or something.
I love that. I love
It's so
it.
good.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so funny. Oh, Alan, thanks so much for the donation, my friend.
Least I could do. I realized, I could do that. So,
Yeah. Thanks so much, man.
yeah, worthy cause.
Bodyguard.
Sam's like, I'm not.
Oh, Katie wants us to sing "They're Taking the Hobbits to Isengard." I don't think
I don't know the tune. You guys will have to sing it.
taking the Hobbits to Isengard. That's my ringtone, by the way.
Is it really?
Yeah. If anybody wanted trivia, Nerd of the Rings trivia, "They're Taking the Hobbits to Isengard" is my ringtone on my phone.
That's hilarious.
So for certain people, it's just the tune. That's like I don't know how to describe it. It's like a low quality. I don't know. How would you describe it? It's not like 8-bit or whatever, but it's a very, dancey version of this track or whatever. And then, for other people, it has like Legolas actually singing it. So there you go. Oh, here's that moment like we were talking about earlier, Yoyston, where Frodo learns that Boromir died.
Yeah.
Yeah. We would have you tell us.
Dilly303, thanks so much for the donation. $20 to St. Jude Children's Hospital.
Well, and it shows just how deep the roots of the Fellowship ran. I mean, Frodo and Boromir obviously had their problem, but he still greatly cared for Boromir.
Yeah. Just got an anonymous.
I like that they included
$5.
this this vision, this dream that wasn't a dream, right? The waking dream.
Yeah. It's so interesting how it's like this kind of described as a dream, but it's not a dream.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, it must have been the most surreal thing for Faramir to have seen. Yeah.
But there's so many things. It's like seeing all this makes me realize how cool it would have been to have maybe Aragorn and Legolas doing the funeral song as they put Boromir in the boat, or to have a moment when they're doing these flashbacks of Boromir.
Yeah.
Like, I would want to have Faramir hearing that horn 6 days ago, you know, as sort of the end of the flashback. That more touches. But I am glad they brought this. This is so cool to have Boromir come back.
Yeah, every time Boromir pops up after he's dead, I'm like, yes, more Boromir. And it really helps. Like, after Fellowship of the Ring, I actually looked at Boromir, not having read the books first.
Right.
You look at Boromir as almost a villain.
Yeah.
That might be a little strong, but
no, the film version really sets him up that way.
It does.
Kind of from the get-go, there's something about him that you're not sure. Like, from the get-go, when we see him at the council, it's like, okay, this guy seems like he's bad news.
Yeah.
But here, like, that's why I love these extended scenes, because you get a sense like, no, he was a great warrior, and like you get you get a sense of that. Obviously, the books you get a much bigger picture.
He is here.
Kind of like Faramir. I do wish they had gone a little bit more Numenorian with the Denethor take, a little more prophetic, like they do with Faramir in the book, like Tolkien does. But I still do love John Noble's take on the character.
Yeah.
I mean, it's certainly over the top. It's a much different character than the book version. But if you're told to play it that way and you play it that way, he certainly did a fantastic job. Yeah.
So I know his uses there a few, like, dang,
brutal.
I was doing
straight out of the book too, but
true. I was doing a video on Denethor not long ago, and I wonder, because Faramir reminds people of Aragorn. I wonder, since Denethor and Thorongil had that rivalry, if that's part of just the reason that he doesn't like Faramir, is it's like, I see myself in Boromir, and I see Thorongil in Faramir, and it's
and it's so ironic when you know the deeper history that like what Denethor does to Faramir is what his father did to him, essentially.
Yeah, true.
Because his father, because we were told, Thorongil was very highly thought of. Like Aragorn, under a different name, under the name Thorongil. And so Denethor, feels threatened by that. And then he turns around and mistreats his own son because it's this favoritism thing. It's like, oh, look how, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, I guess.
Totally. Especially even that Denethor is more like Faramir than he is like Boromir in actuality, I would say. He's less of the warrior. He's more the counselor type, all of these things. And that's probably part of the reason he doesn't like Faramir. It's because he is kind of like him. Honestly, Denethor might be one of the deepest characters in The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
Lots of psychological stuff going on.
There is a lot.
I'm really
looking forward to getting him in the books in the show. It's going to be some great conversations, I'm sure.
And I love it comes, I feel like it comes across well in the movies too. The difference and the similarities between Theoden and Denethor.
Yes.
Oh, the Theoden and Denethor comparisons.
Yeah.
You could do a book on that. Yeah.
You really could. You really could. Like, it is.
I want to get into all of that in some video that's dedicated on because those differences run all the way down the line of Éowyn and Faramir, of Merry Pippin, of Theodred.
Just comparing
Boromir.
Just comparing the service that Merry and Pippin each offer to Theoden and Denethor is fantastic. Watching, both the reasons why and then the way that the king or the steward respond to the Hobbit. I mean, it's all just so rich.
It's so rich. Good.
Oh, such a beautiful shot. The moon setting in the distance too.
It's a little fishing song.
I'm a couple seconds behind you. How do I fix that without jumping too far?
Oh, so what I usually do is go to a time code ahead, and then when the clock
just pause.
Yeah, pause, and then.
Oh, okay. My time code's off then anyway. I'm only 3 seconds behind you. It's not a big deal.
Sweet.
Topher Sully, thanks for the $75 donation. We are now over $1,000, ladies and gents, to St. Jude Children's Hospital. That is awesome.
still wanted to see a scene between Faramir and Anborn, sort of a boss. There's a squirrel. There's a big black squirrel.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, we had
That's funny.
way too much fun poking fun at him.
We must go now.
So freaky, man.
It is.
So good.
It's really freaky.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, the way Faramir's soldiers beat on Gollum doesn't help much either.
No, it doesn't.
Mhm.
Like we talk about, how Faramir's kind of taken down a peg in this adaptation.
Yes.
But yeah, having him and then there's this kind of like menacing shot, like, oh ho ho, I tricked you, little hobbit guy.
Yeah.
It doesn't set him up well. I'm glad that he gets there eventually.
But he is definitely not. He and his men are not portrayed well in this movie.
Oh, I love this part.
So heartbreaking because it's the first time that Gollum has come back since that dialogue. Yeah. And the first thing he does is kind of try to comfort Smeagol. Oh. I mean, not really comfort, but like using his pain as leverage. Oh no, Trixie.
Told you he was Trixie. Told you he was first. It's our friend. Our friend. Must have betrayed.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going through Faramir's head as he's like watching. This is like,
right?
What?
Like this is messed up.
Yeah.
Filthy little hobbitses.
Don't worry, Katie, I will not make the Trixie reference. Unless Matt asks.
And imagine them. I imagine them hearing Gollum scream like, and then Sam's like, "Yeah, we should get out of here."
Yeah, that's fair.
If someone pointed out the barrels disappear here in a couple shots.
Little continuity errors.
Also, did you know Sam's elven brooch is on backwards for the entire trilogy?
Oh,
No.
really?
Yeah.
Because
it was backwards when they first started, and so then they were like, well, now we have to keep it backwards the entire time. Oh yeah, the barrels are gone.
Barrels are gone.
Faramir comes in. What did you do with my barrels?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, so Frodo's is pointing toward his right.
Yeah.
And when we see Sam's, it'll be pointing the opposite direction.
Yeah, I could only imagine the book fan like feeling. First time, right? It's 2002. They see this, and then Faramir pulls out his sword on Frodo.
Yeah,
just the heartbreak. I can imagine.
Yeah. Actually, Nathaniel, no, the Man of the West is my nickname on the Prancing Pony podcast. The Men of the West is the channel, The Men of the West. It's not. In fact, I might have given myself another nickname had I encountered the Men of the West prior to the start of the Prancing Pony podcast, just to be a little more respectful. But you know,
no, man,
what's done is done.
Yeah, we both went for the basic. It was right there. We both took. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like it.
Could always go with Corsair of Umbar for all that.
Corsair of Umbar. would not take this thing if it lay by the side of the road. Come on,
Redeem yourself.
We just cut out a half-hour runtime there.
Yeah.
Right.
Every time. It's like every time I read the story of Turin, I keep hoping that he won't end up killing his best friend.
Yeah.
Come on, this time you'll recognize him, right?
Yeah.
No.
Oh my gosh.
I can't imagine being Aragorn right here. It's like, oh my
crap.
gosh, I gotta run. Let's go.
Yeah.
Well, he's on a horse. They're marching. He's fine. It's more so like
archers and
well,
stuff.
that's not ideal.
I have to say Balrog of Morgoth. I don't know that I've ever said they were boring, but I understand why people have said that. I've always found, book 4 to be like the least favorite part. But then when we did that last season on the Prancing Pony podcast, I'd say it became all of a sudden a lot better. Really diving in deep. It's just fantastic. I mean, book 5 is still my favorite, but
oh yeah.
But 4 was fantastic. It really was.
The end of book 4, though, like that cliffhanger. And everything.
Yeah.
Yes, Bliss, definitely. Andrew Lesney, just.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I love Gimli without his helmet here.
Yeah, we don't see a whole lot of Gimli without his helmet.
No.
I like him all dolled up for the coronation, though. Like he's got braids in his beard and stuff. Adornments. I love this moment. You look terrible. All right, pretty soon we're gonna have the epic entrance shot.
Oh, the best.
Forgot. Yeah, we have the necklace first. It's like, would it have been that hard to have a green gem and make it the LSR people?
I know.
Here we go. This is what the inside of my fridge sees.
Yeah.
Actually, my fridge doors don't open in, so it's not.
That's the weirdest refrigerator ever if it opens in.
I had that thought the other day.
I was like, walk-in fridge,
I opened my fridge, like looking for, like, what am I got for lunch today? And I'm like, oh, this is just like Aragorn. Ah! Let them come.
See, I always think about how far Gandalf, especially like in the book, how far he's riding just back and forth and all around Rohan, just in his chess game against Saruman. But here, it's just like he's definitely having to trust more of the other characters. As I feel like he's just going after Éomer, who's probably like all the way in the East Fold or East Imminent.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because, like, in the books, like we don't get it revealed right away, but by the time Gandalf arrives at Helm's Deep, like the battle at Isengard is long over. Like he goes to Isengard first and like tells Treebeard like, hey, we need help over at Helm's Deep, and that's how the Huorns end up going.
Arrive.
And it's like Isengard is long defeated by the time the Battle of Helm's Deep takes place.
Shadowfax is just like going hard for a couple days. It's just crazy.
That just makes such an end. Very, very Anglo-Saxon right there.
It's pure Rohan magic.
It really is. And more importantly, who will come in time? I mean,
Yeah.
you could send out writers right now. They're
Right.
going to take 3 days minimum to get to Minas Tirith.
Yes.
Even the fast writers can take 3 days. So even if it takes a day to get a force ready and then 4 days for that force to march back, you're talking about over a week.
Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? Like Gondor.
Wondering why you didn't ask for their help.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oblivious in Minas Tirith.
Yeah.
I mean, we can offer a bunch of different answers.
Yeah. Daniel, what about the Eagles?
Oh no. Yeah. They've got an eagle station at each of the cities, to pass messages back and forth. Hasty.
Now, I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on this. So in the books, it almost feels like Merry and Pippin had like less work to do when it came to convincing the Ents.
Much
to go to
less,
war.
yeah. This is all about giving Merry and Pippin agency.
Totally.
Yeah, that's really all this is. It did feel a little weird to me as well. It's that same thing we've talked about before with the character arc, where they have to send a character in one direction to make him come around another, and it's with Treebeard too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're not going to go. Now we're going to go.
Yeah. Now.
And,
yeah.
And it's all thanks to Pippin.
Higgy points out
Mary.
it's C.S.
Pippin,
Lewis with Merry and Pippin there.
Oh yes, that is correct. Yeah. I do like how they at least made the Ents all look individual and different as they are described in the book, as each being like a different kind of tree.
Yeah. Yeah.
I always had a soft spot for the one that catches on fire.
Yes, that then thankfully puts himself out.
Puts himself out. Yeah.
Bring out your dead. I just want to see in the background somebody smacking something with a cat. little like Holy Grail mashup would be hilarious here. Somebody's asking about Theoden. Well, how did he become king? I didn't. I love this. Yeah. I like
it's intense stuff. I'm like,
it really is tense stuff, and I like the way they do it in the film because they can't do it quite the same way that they do in the books. We were just there, so it's all very fresh in my mind. But you remember in the books, they're going you, and then she suddenly switches to thee and thou. So just real quick, the English just has the informal now, which is, or I'm sorry, has just the formal, which is you. In languages like German, you've got Sie and du, right? The formal you and the informal or casual you. But you'd only call a dear friend du. And or I think French with tu and vous, but I don't know which one's which. Well, believe it or not, thee and thou used to be the informal, and that used to be the one that you would use with a dear friend. I know we all think of it as very formal because it's like King James stuff,
Interesting.
And what happens is they're using you, and then she starts saying thee and thou, and Aragorn keeps her at arm's length by continuing to use the you.
What?
And it's so powerful because she's basically confessing her love for him just in how she addresses him with the second person plural or the second person pronoun.
Yeah.
And
that's
it's so
wild.
It's so deep. And what's cool about it is that later when there's no chance for a romantic misinterpretation, when she's with Faramir.
Yes.
She says, "Wish me joy," and he says, "I have wished thee joy ever since I knew thee, or ever since I met thee."
Yes.
And you're like, now he can say it that way, but he couldn't say it at that point because it would have given her a false hope.
The wrong signal. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so cool because it's such a tiny little detail that only somebody like Tolkien as a philologist would throw in there. It's fantastic stuff.
That is one of them. I love it. I love the memes that have come from this, where it's like, Elvish, I shall die as
one of them.
It's like everyone in the room, like, wait, what?
Wait, what?
Yeah. I know exactly. What did he just say? I'm still waiting for at the charge that will hear him in the next film when he's like, "Death, death." I was like, excuse me, King. Whose death are we talking about here? Can we just clarify the particular persons whose death we're cheering on?
I love that in the chat. Mr. Diddle says, I always thought the look Legolas gives to Aragorn was like, dude, stick to Elvish.
Good point.
Like, we were talking a secret language, man.
Yeah, they don't understand us. Can we keep on using Sindarin, please?
Oh man,
this scene.
Oh yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Bliss Hughes, this montage, cinema.
Yeah.
Cinema.
It really is powerful visually. Yeah.
I love that we get the poetry in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have to admit, the scriptwriters did a fantastic job of, if they couldn't get the line in the right place, or even sometimes with the right character, they got it in some other place.
Yeah.
You know, or some other time.
Earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Iggy says I should get that armor set. I would love to have a Rohirrim armor set.
Yeah.
Man. I have helms and swords and stuff, which are pretty legit, but man, full up armor.
Yeah.
That's the last that would be the last straw. And then the next thing you know, I'd be trying to like talk my wife into letting me get a horse or something, which I don't think, practically speaking, is going to happen.
Something I noticed as I've grown up with these movies and have gotten older, right? So I first watched this like when I was probably 6, 7, 8 years old. I can't remember. And now being 23, going on 24, and growing up with these
such
films,
an old man that you
wow.
I know, right? But
seriously.
I noticed that my appreciation for the characters changes as I get older, and even like the factions too, like the whole death and glory of the Anglo-Saxon Rohan hits me different at my age now than it used to, and just different connections for sure as I get older. Especially like I've talked about this last year, but my views on Boromir as I get older and all of that. Like I used to not like that character nearly as much as I like him now.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely, I mentioned my love of Theoden, and I always thought he was cool because he has these cool moments.
Mm-hmm.
But now, like being a dad and everything, it hits an entirely different way than
I bet.
When I was in college and these movies were coming out.
Yeah.
Haleth, son of Hama. And yes, General Grievous, that's exactly right. I mean, that's you'd see that stuff in scripture where God would never be addressed using the informal you.
Jake says I'm going to slowly evolve into either Theoden or Gollum. That's a great. That's the great. That's the two routes. There's no in between.
The wig is a no. Yeah.
See, I keep thinking of.
I love how he says this is a good sword. Like, what if it was kind of a really poorly made sword? He's going to tell him, well, this is a crap sword.
Yeah.
Let's get you a new one.
Yeah, press X to doubt. It doesn't even look like a good one.
Waiting for Haleth to be like, well, if it's so good, why don't you take it and give me yours?
Yeah, I'll take Andoril. Taller than he is.
Not in the movies. That's not Andoril yet.
And even the delivery of some of these lines, like they're good lines, but I think the delivery makes or breaks them because there's always hope. Like that's a very common thing to say, but there's always hope. Like that delivery just carries it.
Camera movement, like
his body language.
There's always hope.
You can see, the line there There Is Always Hope, I'm pretty sure has been used verbatim in like
Yeah.
plenty of other instances, and it sounds so cliche so many times that
Hope
it's
is never
used.
mirror.
Yeah.
So, yeah, cliche.
Yeah.
But it's just how
Yeah.
it's delivered. That carries it.
Yeah.
I agree. No, you're right.
So with the elves, like I wonder if they are supposed to be kind of like our stand-in for the Grey Company too, to some degree.
Yeah, I kind of think there's a little bit of that. You know, I mean, Elladan and Elro here certainly.
Mhm.
I mean, they don't show up at Helm's
Yeah,
Deep, but there is
yeah.
a sort of an arrival that. But
Because
that's
like
so
you
personal.
think about it, it's like how did they get here? How did they know Helm's Deep, like from
They would've-
Lothlorien or
yeah.
Rivendell? Who would have?
That's a week's march, man. That's a week's march.
Well, they're definitely from Lorien because
Yeah.
we've got Haldir.
Well,
Yeah.
but Haldir says I wanna
Rivendell
say he's-
communicates with Lorien, and they're coming from Lorien for sure. But that's still got to be a week's march almost.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, because they march. They didn't come on horses.
No, there's no.
Like,
Yeah.
But he says I bring word from Elrond of Rivendell, not Galadriel. So
Yeah, but
that
he
True,
brings-
but the
it's
message
word.
can come from Elrond because of
Yeah.
That's fair.
Osanwe. Yeah.
That's fair. The armor and everything, and obviously Haldir, definitely Lothlorien.
Yeah,
but-
very much speaks Lothlorien. But I mean, it could be both. Could
And-
be
Yeah.
a combined force.
I mean, Elrond, if there were a high king, it would be Elrond.
That's
so-
true.
True.
Yeah, he's the one who would have.
Oh, I guess I got to look at the banners, right? Are these banners
Yeah.
Lothlorien or
Mm.
Madras or both?
That's a good one. That's a good point. Oh, this shot.
Yeah.
Like, thank you so much to the people who made these movies for filming
Yes.
these scenes at night and not doing like day to night.
Oh yeah, using like a
Boats?
blue filter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
I'm like,
shooting these at night after night after night after
my God.
night. I mean, this was such a hard shoot.
And the filter, it works so well. I like in the 4K that it's calmed down a little bit, like you can see it without
Yes.
so much blue, but it's so well done. Even compared to like Game of Thrones' Long Night that came out a couple years ago,
Mm.
where you couldn't see anything.
Oh yeah, I've heard a lot of that. Like
Yeah.
that and the new show have both gotten
Night scenes
criticism about-
completely wrong.
Yeah. And like the thing is, like with night scenes, you have to have light sources. Like,
Yeah.
because even right there, when they're standing on the wall, there's like white light coming from like I don't know. It doesn't make any sense for it to be coming from like on the ground below them, and it's just one of those things that you just kind of accept. You know?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to see a thing at all in Shelob's lair.
Right. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's just 8 minutes of darkness.
Right.
It's
Black
like this is for
screen.
immersion. We're just gonna play a bunch of sounds. Yeah.
Yeah. Until finally we get the vial of Galadriel, of course.
Yeah.
I love that we've now reached the time where it's time for the mini movie within this bigger movie.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
This entire it's
Yeah.
a television episode. I mean, this is
It
like
is,
an
yeah.
hour-long
The
thing.
Battle of Helm's Deep is like it's a freaking amazing movie within an amazing movie. Yeah, here. So we get the light beams coming from behind.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like I don't. What,
Yeah,
what is
where's
it?
that
That's
come
not
from?
torchlight, but
The
know,
moon
it's-
is on the ground. Yeah.
it's one of those things that you take the trade off, you know,
Hmm.
so that people can actually see what the heck is going on.
I love how we're all quiet too.
I know,
they're quiet,
yeah.
getting ready for the battle. We're just like,
I'll be honest, how Peter Jackson has done, like, for me at least, how he did comedy with drama
Yeah.
is like my favorite of any director ever.
I
Because
just wish that Gimli wasn't always the comic relief.
true,
Yeah.
I agree with
You
that.
know?
Yeah. I wish it was spread out a little bit more amongst the
Yeah.
characters. But I think having Lord of the Rings be mostly a drama with some
Yes.
moments of levity absolutely works versus
Well,
the other way around.
it's
that you
perfect. It's
see.
a perfect catch of the books because the books have
Yeah.
that same
Yeah.
thing. There's so many moments of levity in the books that
Yeah.
you know, where you get a really wonderful tone, and often it's sarcastic or snarky or
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, Tolkien was hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Totally. But I love that there's like it's still a little bit more drama than comedy.
Yes.
Versus
of
many
course.
modern movies where it's like
Oh,
more
yeah.
comedy than drama.
Yeah, and there's
Well,
too
it's
many
like-
winks and nods to the audience and things like that.
There's so many instances where like they're afraid of the drama. Or for
Yeah.
whatever-
Yeah,
For
yeah, a
whatever
little bit.
reason, like they're afraid of true emotion, so they have to undercut everything with humor. And like there's none of that. Like we're not
Totally.
undercutting anything.
It's funny, I'm realizing like that guy that shot early,
Yeah.
Aragorn yells back in Elvish and he's probably like, dude, I don't know what you're saying. Like,
Yeah.
was that fire?
Seriously. Also, though, in fairness, they would not be having their entire crew of archers,
Listen to
at
one
the
guy.
ready, waiting there, holding. You'd have the arrow notch, but you wouldn't be pulled back
you
and
wouldn't
ready.
hold it.
Right.
Yeah. That'd be so tiring.
Yeah.
I love this. Like when they reveal
Yes.
that there's a bunch
all
more.
the archers
Yeah.
behind. Yeah, exactly. Just a handful of seconds. You would not have them hold at full power. I think filmmakers are afraid of that sometimes because they're afraid they can't do it well. Because when drama isn't done really right, it becomes, well, unintentionally comedic.
True.
And,
it becomes like cringeworthy. Yeah.
Exactly. It's a cringy thing. And
Oh, the shot.
oh, I know. Gosh, I should stop
And
talking
it,
because
and
the
it
shot.
hits, and the music hits that bum bum
Yes.
bum. Ah,
Boom. And then the berserkers over the top.
another character you probably think of the video game characters that you have to fight.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
berserkers.
I'm thinking there's the Wilhelm scream right there. Yep.
Yeah.
All the movies. In The Return of the King, it's one of the Southrons
Yep.
falling off
Oh, yes.
one of the Oliphants.
That's
The
right,
worst
yeah.
one though is Desolation of Smaug when they used it for
You could have just ended that sentence at the worst one
Rain.
is the Desolation of Smaug. I mean, just being fair. Yeah, where do they use it in that? I haven't watched that enough to
it's
remember.
in the extended and it's Thrain gets
Oh,
killed.
that's right.
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
Yeah.
it is.
That is
in
not
Dol
okay.
Guldur. Yeah.
He gets pulled into like Sauron's like
Oh, yeah,
shadow.
you're
and
right.
Then,
I just watched that. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had to watch them. See, I don't watch them voluntarily, but I'm working on the book, and it's my assignment to write the chapters on Tolkien and adaptation. So I had to watch the Bakshi. I had to watch both Rankin and Bass. I had to
Now,
watch
I
all the
will
Hobbit
say, like,
films.
I tell people this. I will all the time put on Battle of Five Armies for the beginning, like 20
yeah.
minutes with
Yeah.
Smaug destroying Lake Town. It's so
Yeah,
freaking good.
It is good.
And then
I
I'll
love
kinda,
the
like,
first hour of
I'll tune in
Unexpected
and
Journey.
tune out.
That's
Yeah, Unexpected Journey. I really like.
Yeah, first hour, an hour and a half is great. He just falls asleep. I feel you, Treebeard. Yeah, I won't talk about how that's actually happened before.
They give Pippin some good humor, obviously too.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, all the trees nod in the background when he says,
Yeah.
you're not orcs." Like, yep, we did
Yep.
good, guys.
We made a decision.
I love that it takes him so long to say these lines.
To say a long time to say, yeah.
I think this is the moment where I'm like, wait a second, that voice sounds a lot like Gimli when they're back to back like that. Gosh, this whole battle is shot so freaking well.
I do wish they were a little.
That
Oh, yeah,
transition
it
to the
is.
causeway, like.
Mm-hmm.
It is shot beautifully well. You're right about that. I just have to sort of close my eyes to the war issues, like how you'd fight a war like this. But then again,
Alan, shut up, man.
I know.
Don't come in here with your war strategy. Jeez. Would you not have backlights?
Yeah, would you not
would I not have backlights?
Would you not skateboard down flight of stairs on a shield?
We have an entire regiment of light carriers. No, it is shot amazingly well, no doubt about it.
This is the toughest freaking orc in the whole trilogy right here.
Oh, yeah.
I know, all the others are like stormtroopers, but not this guy.
The one guy.
Yeah.
The one guy that you couldn't one-shot, Legolas.
Seriously. How come you just like get him through the throat, huh?
I love that.
You're supposed to be this magical elf. You've got one job on this team.
So, I'm not huge on slow motion, but like
Fair.
I feel like that because it's overused so much in movies, in my opinion.
True.
It is.
But
yeah,
like the little bit of use here.
Yeah.
Peter Jackson does. He doesn't overdo it, but like
right. That's
the explosion and the rocks falling and everything, like it gives you a moment to like soak in, like, oh God.
Yeah,
oh God,
the significance of what's just happened, right?
And then you see like Theoden's reaction. Oh crap,
Yeah.
Yeah, like the whole game has just changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say, like, in this entire trilogy, there is very little slow motion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's Peter Jackson.
And you're right. It's when it's not overused is when it works.
Yeah. Little kid throwing a rock, man.
See, and it's the little moments like that I do miss from the book. I would have loved to see Gimli save Elmer.
Yes.
In the foray.
Yeah. That would have been a great moment to see. You're right.
I love how Gimli just jumps in the action.
That's a great shot.
All the archers.
Yeah.
Maybe Gimli jumping down to save Aragorn. Maybe that's like the
substitute.
Yeah.
We should have, before too long, we should have the shield surfing.
Yeah. As Tolkien intended.
Oh.
There it is.
The skateboard.
Battle tactics, man.
We get the fellowship theme behind it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care, guy. It is so freaking cool.
It's cool.
So
it's
cool.
Fun. It's definitely like, again, a Hollywood moment, but it's like
it is.
But I don't care.
A lot of Hollywood moments. It's true.
Oh yeah, someone pointed out. Let's charge straight into these pikes. Yeah.
Yes, I know.
Daniel totally like the rule of cool. The DM decided, that's okay.
Yeah.
When you roll a nat 20 on your acrobatics.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't have Legolas emojis? I'm going to have to fix that, guys. My bad. Yeah, we'll need some Legolas emojis. So we're at $1,020 so far, guys.
Nice.
Great job. Thank you so much for all who have donated. Again, tonight's watch party is a fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Hospital. So if you feel inclined, we'd love to have you guys donate. Help us get closer to that $2,000 goal. And the fundraiser will run for 12 days after tonight's stream. So anybody watching this on replay, just because you're catching up late does not mean you can't donate. You can still donate. I really like this talk by Mary too. Actually.
Yeah, I do too. It really reminds us of the peril of the Shire.
Yeah.
Which just makes me want a scouring of the Shire.
Yeah.
I mean, oh.
I totally get why they didn't though, because it's like
totally.
like especially with added stuff, like a scene like this where it's
5-hour
like,
movie.
well, in a
But-
scene like this where it's like, you know, if we don't stand up, like the fires of Isengard will spread and
True.
the Shire will burn, and then it's like, psych, it burned
Does
anyway,
yeah.
everyone.
Yep.
Although I will say, if they hadn't done the Faramir part with this movie, if they'd done it kind of closer to the book, and then we'd had Shelob's lair in this movie, they could have had time for the scouring in the next movie.
Yeah,
I would say.
I get
30
how
minute
it
scouring.
like it kind of undercuts the victory. Like I get
True,
it from a
true.
cinema standpoint. Like
yeah, absolutely.
you're tacking on like an additional plot point out of what would feel like out of left field.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand cinematically why they didn't do
Yeah.
it. It's just I'd love to see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
that's why we need
But I still wanted to see
an
Tom
animated
and
series.
the Barrow Whites, you know. I mean, honestly, because if nothing else, Peter Jackson doing the horror of the Barrow
Yeah,
would have been fantastic.
gosh. How dear.
Yeah.
But that also would have been very early in the movies to bring in such a terrifying moment.
Yeah.
No,
I-
Katie, I'm not going to do my Barrow White or Barry
Anonymous.
White voice.
Anonymous, thanks so much for the donation, and we had a second one come in. $100 from True Zero Sama. Thanks so much for the donation.
I'm curious which of the films, like I'll even throw the Hobbits in, but I'm sure it won't be one of them. Which of the 6 films do you think is closest to its respective book counterpart?
Closest to the book, I think I'd almost have to say Fellowship.
That's what I would say as
Probably,
well.
yeah.
Even for the
I mean, it
cuts that
skips
they
some
made.
things, but it doesn't add a lot.
Yeah.
True.
And I think
True.
that's or change a lot. Whereas I think with Two Towers and Return of the King, there's a lot of things changed or added.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, no disrespect to the Hobbit films, but they aren't close.
I
to
mean,
an
it was
adaptation.
it's the nature of what was going to happen with those.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no,
like-
you're right. I mean, anytime you take, yeah.
I mean,
like
let's
a
see.
small book, right?
it's a
Yeah,
what 300 pages, you know?
Yeah.
when you try to turn this into 11 hours, and then you try to turn this into 11 hours,
Yeah.
True.
that's what you get.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, I will say, like, I often bring this up because I've seen too many people who say like, oh, it's a simple matter of like, you took this one book and turned to 3 movies, which I don't think is fully fair because all the Dol Guldur stuff, like that
That's true. That's fair.
Yeah.
like what Gandalf gets up to
That's
is
true.
is
That's
stuff
cool to see
that like they changed stuff. There was no High Fells of Rudauer where the Nazgul were buried and stuff like that, obviously. But like seeing what Gandalf was up to, I feel like especially following Lord of the Rings,
Mhm.
it would have been really weird for Gandalf to disappear and us not have any clue what he was
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah.
And he just pops in and out, you know? So
That's true, because that's even an awkward moment in the books. Like,
yeah,
where did you go, and now why are you back? Yeah.
it's like, don't worry about it. I had business. Seeing a man about a dog.
I guess this
Seeing
is really
seeing a wizard about a rabbit.
Toss me.
I guess this is really the foray, right, moment that we get without Éomer and them as
Yeah.
well.
Mm. Oh, that Fellowship theme, man.
Yeah.
I know.
So
The
good.
Fellowship theme is fantastic. The moment musically that always gets me is in Fellowship when the Hobbit theme transitions to the Fellowship theme right after they leave Rivendell,
Yeah.
or the Shire theme, I should say,
Yeah.
transitions to the Fellowship thing. That
Yeah.
is perfect.
Yeah, the amount of story that they tell in the music is just so well
Yes.
done. Yeah.
It makes me even forgive the silliness of the way the beacons are lit because the music is so fantastic. I just don't even bother.
What's
worrying
wrong with
about
how the beacons are lit, Alan?
it. Well,
Are you going to tell us about how in medieval times they would actually light beacons?
no,
or
I would
something?
actually tell you about how Tolkien described the lighting of the beacons in the
Oh,
Beacon Hills,
well,
the rivers and
there's
Beacon
that.
Hills. There's that.
You don't just live at the top of a mountain for like years on end. I don't
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's an important, service thing that someone dedicates their life to. I want to know what happens when people up on those mountains get sick or like,
Seriously.
heaven
Do they have
forbid, like
healthcare? Yeah, like
if one of
Yeah.
them falls off the mountain, how do you find out about it?
Oh man.
It's one thing I
I
love
thought-
too is
Yeah.
oh sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say just that the Fellowship remains consistently our like point of view, right? It's
Yes.
always like, what are Legolas, Gimli, and Aragorn up to in this battle? it's yeah.
Yeah.
I love that they're still our lens.
Yeah. Halfwit, thanks for the donation. Another $20 to St. Jude Children's Hospital. That punch.
Oh, this gets so good.
So keep in mind, right? The Arwen shots, like we'll see, not quite yet, but eventually we'll start seeing some of those.
Oh, you're talking about the ones where Arwen's actually there.
Yeah,
The
well,
kind of
she's just in
erroneous shots. Yeah.
very background. Yeah, at one, I think they cut it, but she was running on the causeway next to Aragorn during one. They must have changed that.
I wish, yeah. I'm still holding out hope for what I dubbed the Mithril edition, where we get deleted scenes, because that's something we've never gotten.
That would be cool.
At this point, like if we don't get it for the 25th anniversary, I don't know when the heck we will get it.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
I was really hoping for the 20th, like the big, like, oh, it's coming out on 4K. Like that would be the perfect time to do it. But if there's a chance to double dip, they'll do it. So in 5 years, we'll get it on 4K again. But with
it'll be 8K then, of course.
8K, yep.
Maybe.
And well, I think, Matt, if there's a person and like a platform to get them to do it, I think it'll be you and yours. So
I mean, I've started the change.org petition.
Yes.
I haven't looked at it recently to see how many.
That's awesome.
I'm going to share that in the chat. We've got 1,800 signatures on it. That's been a while since I've shared that. I'm going to put that in the chat. Bam. I'm going to assume all 400 people watching this right now have already done it, though.
Oh, of course.
But
why wouldn't
we?
Yeah.
Do we have any idea what's missing? Yeah. What? Oh, there was obviously something with like Éowyn and Faramir's wedding. Because we've seen Miranda Otto's post where like they are in.
Yeah, their wedding outfit.
Yeah, they're in like a wedding outfit or something. And it is not what they are wearing at the coronation. There's some other thing, like there's some alternate take things. It would just be interesting to see in a deleted scene.
The one that I always think of too is like Éomer and with the spear in the forest, maybe the Druidine forest.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if it's the Druidine forest or if it's in with the Huorns.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
Glittering caves. There's appendices moments where you see Legolas walking through Fangorn and Gimli holding up a gem that kind of indicates that he might be in the Glittering Caves. And they also had an orc getting into the Glittering Caves and Éowyn taking him down.
That's right.
Yeah. So yeah, there's stuff, guys. It's there.
Now, I think with that addition, those deleted scenes would have to be like how most movies do deleted scenes.
Yeah,
versus
they would
like
just be separate deleted scenes.
Right.
Yeah,
not try to incorporate them into the film, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
I think most likely it's as extended as it's gonna get.
True.
Yeah.
I love Treebeard's scream here.
I know.
How did the other Ents get here so quickly? They unlocked fast travel, guys.
They just got hasty, man.
Yeah.
They got hasty.
Remember, they could walk 14 feet to a stride.
Yeah.
True.
Season God tonight. This is another part. I just keep bringing up like how amazing things are. Like I feel like we've given people a little bit more than just like, hey guys, you see this part? That's awesome.
Amazing. Yeah.
But
I hope so.
The music with this last March of the Ents is so freaking good,
isn't it?
going to
Again, we needed that amazing counter. Like-
right? Yeah, we said earlier, Alan, that we were gonna have a counter for how many times
How
we
many
just
times you
said
say
like, oh, this
Or
is amazing. This is
like
great.
fantastic or incredible or
Yeah.
And I think because I sometimes forget this when I'm watching the
On
movies.
this
Like,
camera movement here. Too.
oh
Yes.
yeah,
So
how they
give us that. Yeah.
they didn't use how they used some of the poems, right? Where's the horse and the rider? But then how they excluded some of the poems, but still had powerful moments like that, right?
Mhm.
Like in the book, it's a whole song. The Ents are marching to war and all of this stuff.
Mhm.
But
Right. They still
it's
get
like-
the moment.
Yeah, it's differently done, but it's still, I don't know.
It's still the story beat. You know.
Yeah,
like
it is.
Yeah.
It's still just
It's
as
the
powerful.
moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think if you had them sing a song, you would very easily
Completely
cross.
outlandish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you would very easily cross into comedy or
Yeah.
True.
Jake wants a
Hokiness.
3-day long deleted scene. Full Entmoot, completely an Entish.
there we go.
That's terrifying.
Oh, Higgy pointed out you see Minas Tirith in the background of that shot, the
Mhm.
wide shot of Osgiliath. Yeah.
Yeah. To
Yeah, with the
remind you just how
4K.
close you are.
Yeah, that's it. That's one of the things. I think that was added at some point
Was it?
after the
I did not.
There's
know that.
something
so.
with that
It-
shot.
I think it was the 4K release. Was it brightened it up to where we could see it or something?
Yeah.
There's something with that release that or with that shot that's they either changed it after the theatrical release or something.
Wow. If so, that's the first I've heard of that. I didn't know. Wow. Added after initial release.
I don't. There's something.
Hmm.
There's something there.
Very cool. Did not know. Yes, one of Tolkien's great grandchildren, Adam Tolkien, I believe, was one of the rangers in this sequence here.
Oh, that's right.
I think it was Adam, right?
Royd is in the
Royd.
third one. I know.
Yeah, it was Royd. Thanks,
When
Katie.
He hands out spear or yeah.
Yes,
hands out
he's handing out
spears.
speared. No,
in
it
the
was
third
Royd.
one.
That was
Yeah.
my bad. And Royd also ended up appearing in the Hobbit film in the extended edition again. I think it was in that scene when we were flashing back to the burial of the Witch King up in the north.
So does the Nazgul here, right? With him and the Frodo moment, right? With him kind of almost seeing the ring or whatever. Does that kind of ruin the Osgiliath stuff at all for you guys? Because, or even more with it being very different from the book, because it's like a servant of Sauron directly knows where Frodo is with the ring.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, because they weren't supposed to be there in the first place. It does sort of change
it's hard,
things.
but yeah.
I mean, if there weren't the face-off between the Witch King and Frodo, I think that would have felt weird, like they didn't
True.
know. But I think that shows that they know, like
That's
they
true.
sense the ring.
I do like Frodo's later line, like we shouldn't, or no, Sam's. It says we shouldn't even be here.
Yeah, by all rights, we shouldn't even be
It's
here.
like they do.
Yep.
They do. Yeah.
Thanks for pointing that out, Sam.
Such a good line.
Yeah. Interesting, Balrog. I didn't catch that. That it's not the Witch King that confronts Frodo there. The sword hilt is different. I wouldn't have caught that in a million years.
Oh.
A Nazgul catches it at least, but yeah,
Interesting.
it's fascinating.
Interesting.
I don't know why I just assumed.
I always thought like Aragorn should have been like, maybe we should wait a few minutes. If
True.
might be a lot.
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so keep your keep your eyes peeled for
Arwen.
Arwen potentially.
Mhm.
I
in
st-
the background here.
Can I say, why would they let Gimli blow the horn of Helm Hammerhand here? Wouldn't they have?
Why not? Okay. Why not?
I don't know. It's just like an actual Rohirrim doing this.
Probably would look maybe too weird to have
Oh, 'cause
Gimli ride out on
Gimli riding on a horse.
That's
I don't
true.
know.
Okay, that's fair. You got to Gimli a job because he's not going to be riding on a horse.
Yeah.
See, that's something I'm like,
Oh, I love the
okay, I'll go
horns.
blow the horn. You guys do that charge.
Yeah.
I'll go blow this horn.
Yeah, you ride out there into certain death. I'll go blow the horn. Love this. Just love this.
So good.
Yeah.
Now, Theoden, don't ride your horse inside.
But I do love that they had horses inside because
Yes.
they're Rohirrim, man. They,
Yeah, they got horses everywhere, man.
Yeah.
They just hacking away.
Yep.
They're like, whoa, what the heck?
I do wish they had a shot of Dunlendings just dropping their weapons and being like, "We're done."
Oh, is this the
Yeah.
one of the Arwen shots right here?
I think no, not the
No,
wide
not
shot.
this one.
I think it's after Aomer arrives. We'll see her in the background. She'll be in red and black, I want to say. Her
Okay.
hair's like in a bun.
All right.
It's gonna be really quick, no matter what it is.
It
Yeah,
will.
of course
I
it will.
might miss it myself.
Brand.
You know, Eric and Brand, Tom Bombadil, Glorfindel, they all got shafted,
Yeah.
man.
They did.
Such a great. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
it's so freaking good. Hell man.
Now, you all know what I would say next, so I'm just not even going to bother saying it.
Well, this is unrealistic. Why would they? Why would they ride down a hill?
Too
like
steep
this?
a hill. Yeah.
Too steep for
40
their horses.
hill of gravel into a wall of pikes.
Hey, they have the White Rider, all right. You know that
I
must count
know,
for
I
something. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, it definitely counts for something. I do love it. I mean, let's put it this way. I didn't ask myself that question in the theater the first time.
just in the right moment with the light, and
Yeah,
then all the pikes
yeah.
were like, "Up."
Pikes are up. Oh,
guess
except
we'll
they're not.
guess we'll drop these pikes. I always think of that moment as the moment the Return of the King game transitions to where you playing the game.
Yes.
Oh, true.
That's
All right,
exactly
Arwen,
right.
I just saw her. She was in the back.
Yeah.
Was she? Oh,
Yeah, her red cloak was flowing.
yeah. So hard to
It is a moment.
see though.
It is a
Yeah,
moment.
it's just like blink and you'll miss it, but she was there.
I love the kicking and the stomping. It's
Yeah.
just so cool. And then using one as a weapon to smack the others around.
Yeah.
That is so cool. Oh, squish.
Just imagine Treebeard like I haven't felt this alive since
Yeah.
my days in Beleriand.
Valerian. Oh,
Not
Oh,
quick,
there's
quick beam.
yeah. Now,
Is
why
it
is
quick beam
Saruman
that
not
catches on
casting
fire?
fireballs? No, it was
Oh, it
oh
was-
shoot.
Somebody the chat was saying quick beam earlier, but it was.
It's not quick beam that catches on fire, but I can't remember the name.
It was like beechwood or something.
I think so.
Beach bark.
Beach bone. Beach
Beach
bone.
bone.
oh
Yep.
Beachbone, yeah.
He, however, did not put himself out.
Oh no!
Beachbone actually dies in the book. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Dang.
I love so we just saw it, but like the one random orc that gets thrown in the middle of the water.
Yes.
I always love that part.
Surf Isengard.
Oh, Halberts. There he is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
You know, like there were people in the theater like really worried about that guy on fire until he comes in and it's like,
Right.
oh, thank goodness.
What about the guy who's on fire?
Yeah. Oh, I love this shot.
Andrew, orcs should have climbed the Ents. Whose side are you on, man?
Then the Ents just start
I think I
picking
probably
off
would
the
have.
orcs from the
I
others.
think
you
I
know,
might
like-
have headed for the building. You know?
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
yeah. The tower.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere.
That's a great question, Sam. He just like casually strolls away. It's like, guys, you could escape pretty easily right now.
But instead, you want to stand
But
there in front of
instead-
the witch, or in front of one of the Nazgul.
The non-witch.
And yeah, you're right. It's not the Witch King. Yeah.
Maybe it's
And,
Kamul.
maybe if I'm reaching here, maybe
Kamul the
like
Easterling.
maybe part of him thinks that rather than see this destroy the world of men, I'm gonna give it to Sauron to let him destroy it, the world
Just
of men.
get it
I don't
over
know.
with?
Like, yeah, get it over. Like maybe there's a part of him that feels that way, even if it's like this corrupted part or whatever.
I think it's
Oh, he's about to put
like
it on.
this. The hold the ring has over him and kind of like
Yeah.
puts him in this trance.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally. But I wonder if there was ever that. I'm just trying to
Oh,
make
yeah.
logic out of the
Yeah.
the illogic
Yeah.
of the
Him putting the ring on there, very interesting. Oh man, I hate that pulling the sword on Sam, but I mean, I
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
The whole idea of putting the ring on it right in front of the Nazgul, Tolkien talks about that in one of his letters because he was asked that question. What if the Nazgul had made it to Mount Doom as Frodo was putting the ring on? They would have had to obey, but they would have been feigning to obey, right?
Yeah.
But he would have had authority, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
wait,
something that
if-
people are really surprised, like in my theory videos and stuff, because
Mhm.
in my Gandalf theory video, if he took the ring,
Oh yeah,
and, like, he would eventually like actually claim it for his own.
yeah.
And
true.
like, and Saruman even hints, like when the Nazgul show up at Isengard, like,
Mhm.
if I had it, you would bow to me and call me Lord.
Right.
That's
And,
only
like-
if they have the will and the power strong
Yes.
enough to
Wield it.
dominate, right? So like Frodo,
Which I think is why
even
Alan's saying they would be feigning.
Yeah, they would be feigning. it.
fanning. Okay, because
Yeah.
like I was like, he did have the ring on at Weathertop. As
Oh,
a song.
yeah.
But not
Yeah.
as him. Like he doesn't
Claiming.
claim
True.
it until
Right. It's the
Mount
claiming it for himself that he does at the
Mm.
Summit Hour.
That's fair. They
Yeah.
would feign because his mind would be broken even by. I think Galadriel talks to him about it. It's
Yeah.
like if you tried to claim our minds, we would just yeah.
Higgy, thanks for the donation. Sorry, I missed it. Had to scroll up there a bit. Thanks for the donation. We are now close to $1,100.
Nice.
Very nice.
Nice. Heck yeah, guys. Good job, everyone.
Even darkness must pass. And the day will come. A little Aure and Tuliva without saying Aure and
Yes.
Tuliva.
Aure into
The darkness will pass, the day will come.
Yeah. Aure and Tuluva. So good.
I'm glad that even though they went the Osgiliath route, they recognized like the importance of this dialogue from Sam outside
Yes.
of Shelob's lair.
Yeah. I mean, I think
Even
the
though
whole
they-
point here is just to give Faramir an arc. It's not
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
True. Even
Yeah.
if they can't connect it to Beren and Luthien and the Silmaril, but
exactly. And then they take some of the same speech and they break it up later, and we see it in Return of the King when they're
true.
making their way towards Cirith Ungol. The Frodo wouldn't have got far without his Sam bit.
Oh, that's true.
That's later in this movie.
yeah.
Is that?
It's at the
Oh yeah,
end.
yeah, you're right. It's
So,
so
you're
often.
you're writing about adaptation, huh?
Yeah. Thanks for that.
Wow, Matt.
Brutal. Well, there's a chapter on the Lord of the Rings, so it doesn't matter to me what
Oh,
film
okay.
it's in.
yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
I'm just messing with you.
I know you,
Oh,
man.
man.
Don't worry about it.
I'm doing
Don't
that
worry. I
'cause
get
Katie-
my turn when you come on the
Katie's-
PvP in a couple months.
That's right. Katie's been a champ doing the modding here, and she loves it when I make fun of you. So
I know she does.
I
I
give
think
you a
she
hard
pays
time.
people to do that. Yeah.
At least we
Frodo
understand each other.
gets there, or Faramir gets there.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. But it's like Frodo understood you like kind of a lot this whole time. I don't know.
Yeah.
You didn't understand them.
Yeah. Release them. Release the hounds. Oh, the horns.
Mm-hmm.
Eomer's look of sheer
Yeah.
terror. I love it.
Eomer. It's like, how does Eomer know? I guess, he's the only one out of the group that thought that forest was not here.
Not here yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think you can
see
munch,
from-
munch.
You can see the barren mountains in the back where they must have moved from.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I love that they did it unseen too. Like the trees just swing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it just like, because the big action's already happened. Like it's
Exactly.
It's
There's
kinda,
no point in having yet another
Yeah.
climax. that you
right.
don't
It's
need.
kind of cool how it's unseen, and it's just like
Mhm.
they're dead. They're done.
Princeling. Love that.
I always thought the one thing I felt kind of weird about him saying nervous system.
Yeah,
I'm like,
Yeah.
that
kinda like
seems
the-
like
Yeah, that's
advanced
very
medical
20th century.
knowledge.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's kind of like the Uruk-hai and menus, right? It's like, how
Yeah.
would you
Yeah.
know that?
Yeah. Meat spec of the menu. Yeah.
You're making a lot of assumptions about Uruk culture.
I am.
nonetheless.
I am.
You
You're
don't
right,
know that they don't have restaurants with menus.
You're
A-
right. They probably
an
have
orc
the
pub.
money. True.
Yeah.
True.
They have, the I don't know, the prancing warg, the
Who knows, maybe
wandering warg.
dwarves
Wandering
knew-
Morg. Yeah.
Maybe dwarves knew about the nervous system then too.
Maybe they
you know?
did.
Maybe they have advanced
Maybe
doctors.
they're really good.
Medical
yeah.
knowledge.
Yeah.
But aren't all medical issues cured with mithril? I'm sorry, that's my only one. But I wasn't talking about it.
Waiting
Yeah.
for that. Brilliant.
Okay.
That was good.
Only the elvish
And then
medical
we've
issues
got
are addressed with me through.
This South Farthing. I pointed this out. I did a video on pipeweed and pointed out the fact that, like, in the movies, you can kind of get the sense you can walk away from the movies with the impression that Old Toby and Longbottom Leaf are the same. The way because it evokes back to Bilbo saying finest pipeweed in the South Farthing.
Right.
And here Mary says finest pipeweed in the
Longbottom
South
Leaf.
Farthing. And what it actually just shows is that they have different tastes in their pipeweed.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
that's correct.
interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Bilbo
Interesting.
prefers Old Toby, and apparently Mary prefers Longbottom Leaf.
Longbottom Leaf.
Yeah. Treebeard. Treebeard had never seen such BS.
I like that meme. Yeah.
So this is one that I do like this showing the quality
Me too.
extended edition clip. I'm not as much of a fan of Faramir like choke holding Gollum.
No,
True.
no, not a fan of that.
It kind of goes back to that, like, him not looking too good at the beginning when they are all abusive to Gollum and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's much better in Return of the King, but
Yeah.
it's-
There he goes. Ah, smack. Looks like he's gonna like squeeze, pop his head off.
It's gonna pop. Just
Anonymous donated $10 for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Thank you so much.
I mean, I guess they can't show the way he interrogated Gollum in the books because it's very it's not something visible. It's
true.
really just his perception, his ability to kind of see into Gollum's mind and Gollum reacts. When Faramir tells him to look at him, Gollum can't not look at him.
Yeah.
And it's just a psychological scene. I don't know how you would necessarily film that and have it be as effective,
Right.
but I don't like what this says about Faramir's character.
Yeah. This reminds me of, it's like someone who kicks their dog.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Especially he's walking away with like that.
Yeah,
hurt
and he's
arm.
like
Ugh.
Gollum is like roughed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, Katie brought up a good point. Kind of like with Boromir and Lothlorien with Galadriel, like with the power of the gaze.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, but again, it's a man versus an elf, and I think they've made men already sort of weak and
lesser,
unable to do those things.
Right.
I mean, you're right. They could, and they certainly were effective at that point. But they've shown so far that only elves have that ability to sort of cast their thoughts into other people's minds. And if they open that up to men, then that opens up a whole can of worms, cinematically speaking, at least.
This is such a good lead into Return of the King.
And I love that shot too. Man,
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Deep is over.
It's about to begin.
Do you kind of miss that Gandalf doesn't get a white pointy hat? Like I've seen so many illustrations, like old school illustrations that have Gandalf in a white pointy hat when he's Gandalf the White. I think it's a good move. Like
I don't remember
it conveys
hearing
some seriousness, but
I think in the book, he doesn't have.
I don't think he's described as wearing a hat.
I don't think he is, but like I don't know. I've just seen old school illustrations. It's like like the confrontation with the Witch King at Minas Tirith, and he's got like a white pointy hat on. I'm like, oh, that's kind of different.
Yeah.
But
that'd be cool, especially like at the end or something, like closer to the end of the film, like they pass back
like Grey Havens.
Yeah, he's got just like a little white hat. Yeah,
got my hat back.
The Gollum
no,
song,
I agree. He looks better without the hat, guys.
Yeah. The Gollum song too that plays at the credits.
Oh, it's so freaking good.
It's a good catch, Balrog of Morgoth. You're right. They do describe him as wearing a hat when they meet him in Fangorn.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
It doesn't say the color, but yeah. He got his garments in Lothlorien because he came back naked on the top of the mountain, and Gwaihir the Windlord carried him to Galadriel, who had been basically knew he was going to be coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Another dialogue shot.
Watching. Duffs them out. Put out his horses.
How dare it? Sorry, I just automatically do this, guys.
Yeah, no, I get it. It's
I wish I had that power.
Gandalf. Yeah, I do.
That's another thing.
The same way.
Like there are some good mysteries in leading into the last one. Like another thing, like I've always said, I picked up the books the night I saw Two Towers in the theaters, and like part of it is like, who the heck is he talking about? Who's like,
who's she? Who's her? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that was, believe me, that my son was terrified. Like, who is she? And I said, I can't tell you. I can't tell you. And it was
that's incredible that he like hadn't had all stuff like that spoiled. Like
I've
Gandalf
tried
was
so
doing-
hard to not spoil it because my intention had been for
You
him to
didn't
read
let
the
him
books
watch
first.
TV or anything for 10
No,
years.
You,
he
you'd be
watches
surprised.
TV, but just not that.
I mean, you'd
you
be
know?
surprised. Like, I had one of my friends from high school. We watched it together last year. Her first real time going through it. She thought she asked at one point when they're going up the stairs of Kirith Ungol. She was like, "Is Frodo gonna die?" And I was like,
Oh
"I
yeah.
don't know."
Oh,
and
is
then
it?
gets stabbed by Shelob, and I'm like, I look at her like, "See,
Yep. See?
she's like, holy crap!" I'm
Yeah,
like,
he was totally blown away by that. Like, you're
Yeah.
kidding? What? He's the mate. You can't.
Yeah,
you can't die.
Right?
Yeah,
Gandalf died. Yeah, but he came back. Boromir died. Yeah.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
True. It's funny to mess with people like that. It's
Yeah.
All right.
There it
So we have
is.
3 more prizes to give away before we sign off for the night. First of all, Yoyston and Alan, I wanted to say thank you so much for joining. Yoyston, you've been on the whole time with me, which is amazing.
yeah, man.
Alan, you've
thanks
been
so
on
much
here
for having
most
me.
of the time.
I think I only got on here about 5:20, 5:30 my time. It's
Yeah.
8:00 now.
Like, yeah, you guys have been troopers. So thank you so much for tuning in and
My pleasure.
or signing on.
Yeah.
And
Same
yeah,
here. Thanks
it's
so
been
much
a
for
lot of
having
fun,
me.
and
Yep.
we'll do it again next year for Return of the King,
Heck yeah.
which
Definitely.
will be even longer. That'll be like a 5-hour stream, and I'm super pumped about it.
Oh, that's gonna be fun.
It's gonna
Oh,
be
yeah.
awesome.
Definitely.
Real quick
me
before
in.
I do giveaways, go ahead and tell folks again where they can find you.
Yoyston,
Awesome.
you go first.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm at Men of the West on YouTube doing Tolkien lore videos. Been doing them pretty much every week for 6 years. So
wow.
you can catch me there. And
Yeah.
Yoyston on Twitter, Men of the West on Facebook. Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you so much for having me. Alan, it's great talking to you tonight.
Same here. It's been a
I
while.
love
It's good to
Yoyston.
catch
I
up.
love that. You make me feel so old whenever you talk about how old you were when these
Seriously.
movies come out.
Yeah.
Then
don't
you
wanna
say
hear it.
stuff like, "I've been doing YouTube videos for 6 years," and then I'm like, "Oh, well, that makes me feel young in a weird way."
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Well,
All right, Alan.
I hear that for sure. I don't even want to hear about old and young stuff anymore. That's for sure. Prancing Pony Podcast been around actually almost 7 years now, since February 2016. It used to be Sean Marchese and I. Sean's around still here and there, but it's mostly just me and a whole series of co-hosts this year, including the Nerd of the Rings, who's going to be joining me for episodes airing from mid-February to mid-March, as he joins me for all 5 episodes on the Siege of Gondor. Here in season 7, covering book 5. You can find us at the Prancing Pony Podcast on Facebook, theprancingponypodcast.com, and at Prancing Pony Pod every place else. You can also find me at Rings Wrap Up, where I co-host a podcast on the Rings of Power with James Tauber and Sarah Brown. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else, but that's about it. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned it because I'm pumped. I'll be on.
Oh, it's gonna be so much fun.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
I tell you what, it has been so cool to have. For those of you who don't listen, I had Corey Olson to start, and then Sean Gunner from the Tolkien Society joined me for a few, and then Don Marshall from TikTok, obscure Lord of the Rings facts guy. Right now, I'm working with James Tauber, and those episodes will come out after the holidays, and then Matt's coming up. It has been so much fun working with each and every one of these folks, and I mean, I miss Sean like crazy, of course, but it's been neat to work with so many people, and I'm really looking forward to working with you, Matt. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, I that was when you asked me, I was like, hey, how about the Siege of Gondor chapter? Is anybody taking that? So I had it pegged because I always say, like, one of the things that I love the book version so much is Gandalf and the Witch King facing off. It's so good.
Yeah.
So,
it's going to be such a fantastic chapter, and I'll be reaching out to you soon with how we got to get that rolling.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's time for some giveaways. So I've got 2 more keyboards.
Heck yeah.
We've got, again, this is the dwarvish version. There's a nice green elven version, which is very nice. So you get your choice. I'll shoot the winners an email, and you'll get to choose dwarvish or elvish. And I just saw, I think they're coming out with a Mordor one, a black speech.
Oh, black speech.
Yeah,
That's
so
awesome.
Does it have a non-pot key?
that's from Drop. So for those who are curious, if you don't win one and you're interested in getting one, Drop is the manufacturer. I believe it's drop.com. So we'll go ahead and give a couple of those away. First one is Encyclopedia Black is the winner of the first. Technically a second. I've already given one of these away tonight. And next one is Marcus Lindholm. So congratulations, Encyclopedia Black and Marcus Lindholm. You guys get to pick between Dwarvish and Elvish keyboards. So you're going to be typing in style. And, of course, we have, I guess it's technically not the grand prize, but it feels like the grand prize. An authentic,
We're calling it that anyway.
Yeah.
yes, authentic. I think it kind of is the grand prize because it's
I think so.
the coolest thing in the world. I feel like a wizard. If for those of you who tuned into my unboxing, I realized I haven't posted the unboxing for the hat. I said I did, but I'm still editing it. So you'll see it this week. I did Gandalf's robe, actually. I have Gandalf's authentic robe back here. And
where did you get this again? You got to tell us because we got the
is
keyboards
from-
to drop.
Oh,
so.
yes. So shout out to Stansborough. So they are a company in New Zealand. They did all the props for not all the props, but the kind of the textiles for the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit films. So this is Gandalf's hat as he wore it as Ian McKellen wore it. It's the exact same make and everything.
That's
same
awesome.
people.
Wow.
So Stansborough, I'll get that link in the chat.
Yeah, I'm trying to
guys.
find it right now.
Here
Wow,
we go.
that is no wonder that's the grand prize, man.
Yes, it is
Wow.
very, very, very cool.
How
Okay.
expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's-
Dang.
Wow.
All right. And it is very warm. I can tell you, like the
Oh my
cloak
goodness, and they've
everything.
got the cloaks there.
Yes, they have. Their
Oh, they are
fellowship
going to
cloaks.
take all my money.
It is incredible. I have
They are
Gandalf's
going to take
scarf.
all my money. Oh my
Gandalf's
goodness.
scarf is one of the things that's
Yeah.
like a little more budget friendly. So I picked up a Gandalf scarf. It is fantastic. It's shimmery. I didn't know this, but like the excuse me, the kind of the story that they had behind it was that it's interwoven with some mithril, and that's why it's shiny, which
Mhm.
is interesting. But anyway, everyone wants to know who won the hat. So we'll get to
Yeah,
that.
please.
Thank you guys for joining. We raised over $1,100 for St. Jude Children's Hospital, which
Awesome.
is awesome. Excuse me. All right. So the winner of the authentic Gandalf hat that will be shipped to you is Sven David Custodes. Custodes?
Congratulations.
Congratulations
Awesome.
to Sven
Sven
David. You are going to be walking around in style with a Gandalf hat. So
Nice.
there you go. And I will note, people looking at the Stansborough website, those are New Zealand dollar prices.
Yeah.
So
So they are a little less than that.
yeah,
Happily.
it's about half-ish, something like
yeah,
that.
about
if you're-
60% or so.
if
Yeah.
you're converting to USD. So I know a lot of people like they're still, they're not the cheapest, but they are really high.
That $410 hat is actually $262 US.
Nice. Did we did we lose Matt?
Did we lose the nerd
host?
himself?
Oh no.
Wow.
All right, now that's a lot
It's
of
the
pressure
hat.
on
He doesn't
us.
want to give away the hat.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not giving this hat away.
No, yeah. He was like, "Oh, if I cut it, if it disappears, that happens."
It never happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll keep this going.
We'll
till
just
he
we'll
gets
just keep
So
Oh,
for Alan,
man.
for you, which of the three films? So we said Fellowship is the closest.
Yeah, I think so.
Which is your favorite, though?
That is so tough. I mean, I think
Mhm.
because it contains my favorite moment in the books, I'm going to have to go with Return of the King, and that would be
Yeah.
the arrival of the Rohirrim at the Pelennor.
Yeah.
That it gives me chills every time. And never are the chills any less than they were the previous time. So I've got to say Return of the King in that sense.
I would say the same. I'm curious, like if this is something that changes as I get older. I've definitely developed, like I've always loved all three, but I've developed more of a love for especially Fellowship as time has gone on.
Yeah,
But-
that would be my close second.
Yeah,
I think it's the
absolutely.
better film. I mean, I really do
Yeah.
think if I'm looking at it just cinematically and lore wise, I'm going to say there's a slight drop in each of the three. Then there's a bigger gap and a slight drop in each of the three. Like each film is sequentially slightly less than the one before it.
Interesting. Yeah. No,
yeah.
I get that. Yeah. Hey, our host is back.
Yeah. Welcome back, sir. Glad you survived. Wait, the hat needs to be white now.
Yeah. He has returned to us.
Thank God he's not naked.
Oh, I think is he muted? He might be
He's muted
too.
or something. Or his audio is not working again.
Oh.
There we go. Okay.
There
he
we
is.
go.
Okay, sorry. So
you're good.
I realized I was running my video and audio through my laptop, and I didn't plug it in before we started this shindig.
Your battery just said, I'm
So
done,
the battery died. But hey,
Yeah.
it lasted almost 4
yeah,
hours.
That's amazing.
That's
So it
pretty
played
darn
the
good.
movie and all the live streaming.
Wow.
That's a heck of a battery, man.
That is
pretty awesome.
It wasn't playing the movie. The movie's on my desktop,
Okay.
but
Still.
still.
Pretty
Okay.
impressive. I would
All
have
right,
got 20
guys.
minutes in.
So yes. So check them out. Check out all the wonderful we had some of the items were donated, and some of the items were things that I bought for the giveaway. So check them out. Check out drop.com for the keyboards. Check out Stansboro for all the textiles and awesome cloaks and hats and stuff. Again, Alan and Yoyston, thank you so much for joining and for having a blast here. Just
it's always
enjoying these
fun.
movies that we like so much.
Thank you so much for
Absolutely.
having us.
All right, guys. Well,
Definitely. Thank you, Matt.
excuse me again. Sorry. Keep coughing. Thank you so much for everybody who donated tonight. If you're watching this after the fact, you can still donate up to 12 days after the stream. So
Nice.
feel free to give to St. Jude Children's Hospital. Thank you so much for just being part of this community. It is an amazing community, guys. I can't tell you how much
Best fandom around.
The Tolkien fandom is just incredible, and like seeing what's come of this channel that you know, I kind of started somewhat on a whim almost 3 years ago now. It blows my mind, the community that's come together here and the cool things that we've been able to do because of this channel. And I appreciate every single one of you. All what is it, 889,000 subscribers right now. So
yes, sir. Congrats.
Wow, that is awesome.
So much.
Man. That is awesome.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for everyone who watches the videos, enjoys the content, and just makes this the best of all fandoms. I maintain that view. Any fandom I've encountered or been in, this is the best one, and it proves it all the time. So
Agreed.
Thank you guys for doing that day in, day out. And yeah, have a Merry Christmas and a great New Year. And we'll have more fun things. I'll be on Prancing Pony Podcast. I'm sure Yoyston and I will be streaming some Lotro down the road. We're already talking about a big epic one for Tolkien Reading Day, perhaps.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, fun stuff coming in 2023. We'll see you there. And we'll definitely see you next year for Return of the King Extended Edition watch party to celebrate that 20th anniversary as well.
Definitely.
All right, guys, we'll sign off and we'll see you next time on Nerd of the Rings.